What if the most coveted luxury was born from the ashes of desperation? Imagine a world where artisans teetered on the brink of madness, fueled by obsession so intense they blurred the line between genius and insanity. Welcome to the shadowy birth of Hermes, where the scent of leather mingles with whispers of betrayal and triumph. Paris, 1837. A bustling marketplace teems with life, but beneath the surface, tension crackles. The air thickens with ambition, and every corner hides a secret. Charles-Émile Hermes, a mere saddle maker by trade, stands at the intersection of fate and folly. He isn't just crafting goods, he's weaving a legacy. But what drives a man to forge an empire from horse tack? Is it passion, or a darker hunger that claws at his insides like a rabid beast? Picture it, leather so supple it begs to be touched, designs that flirt with the divine. Each stitch is a heartbeat, each bag a manifestation of dreams and nightmares. But in this world, every triumph is stained with shadows. Rivalries simmer like molten lava, and one wrong move could incinerate everything. Who will rise? Who will burn? Behind every Hermes creation lies a tale of obsession draped in velvet and drenched in wine. The artisans laugh, but it's a cackle that echoes with madness. The tension is palpable, each piece is a battleground, and the stakes. Nothing less than the soul of a brand. It's a high-stakes poker game played in dimly lit ateliers, where a single slip of the hand could turn a masterpiece into scrap. And yet, the allure is intoxicating. Like a moth drawn to a flame, they chase the impossible. The whispers grow louder, mingling with the rustle of silk and the clink of champagne glasses. Can ambition truly dance with madness? Or does the pursuit of beauty blur the lines of sanity? Every corner of the workshop pulses with energy, a cauldron of creativity and chaos. Listen closely, the leather begs for attention, the tools clink with unspoken secrets, and the laughter? It's a dark melody that entices the curious and terrifies the timid. Charles-Émile isn't just a craftsman, he's a puppeteer of fate, pulling strings in a game much larger than himself. Rivals edge closer, eyes flashing with envy and desire. What happens when ambition turns into obsession? When the allure of the extraordinary eclipses the mundane? Every creation is a gamble, every new design a potential masterpiece or a fatal flaw. In this crucible of artistry, who will survive the inferno? Hermes isn't just a name, it's a myth, a riddle wrapped in silk, waiting to ensnare the unwary. What happens next? As the pieces fall into place, one thing becomes terrifyingly clear: nothing is as it seems, and the birth of Hermes is just the beginning of an electrifying saga that defies time itself. Hold on tight. The ride is only about to get wilder. The leather stings my fingertips, its scent wrapping around me like an old lover, familiar yet foreign. A stitch, a thread, a whisper of a promise that this piece, this remnant of craftsmanship, holds something beyond its materiality, something ethereal, like the ghost of dreams yet to be realized. The shop is dim, shadows lurking in every corner, the air thick with tension. The clock ticks ominously overhead, each second a heartbeat, a countdown to the unraveling of our family legacy. Émile, my father, stands against the wall, arms crossed, a tempest brewing behind his stormy eyes. He was once the embodiment of ambition, that fierce spark that ignites the soul. Yet now, burdened by the weight of history, he feels like a relic himself, ornate and beautiful but crumbling at the edges. I can sense his dilemma, the desperation clawing at his insides. The family business teeters on the brink, the pressure is palpable, a vice around our hearts. He glances at me, and his gaze flickers like a candle in the wind, revealing the cracks in his bravado. Then there's my mother, Marguerite, a whirlwind of warmth and chaos, her laughter often a mask for her fears. I see her now, fingers deftly working the leather, each cut precise, each stitch a silent defiance against the encroaching shadows. But even in her fervor, I can see the tremor, the uncertainty. She dreams of our future, imagines the glory of our name echoing through the ages, but the specter of failure haunts her. I remember her stories of the past, of how a humble harness maker's dream grew roots in the soil of Paris, a tale woven with silk ribbons of hope and despair. I remember the dark nights when the stars hung like heavy, judgmental eyes in the sky, whispering secrets of the cosmos. I lay awake, listening to the whispers of my mother's sewing machine, its rhythm a lullaby of ambition and anxiety. I remember how she would sit late into the night, stitching dreams into existence, while my father stared into the void, wrestling with the specter of his father's relentless expectations, a ghost that knotted his chest. The shop is alive with the scent of leather and sweat, but it feels like a tomb. The walls are adorned with memories, yesterday's triumphs, and yet, the future looms like a dark cloud. I stand in the center, a silent observer, each heartbeat a reminder that legacy is a double-edged sword. A legacy that binds us together yet threatens to tear us apart. Do you even care? Emil's voice cuts through the air, sharp as a blade. I flinch, my heart racing. The accusation hangs in the space between us, heavy as lead. I care, I want to scream, but the words die in my throat. I am torn, caught between my desire to uphold the family name and the suffocating weight of expectations. I'm trying, I finally whisper, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. Marguerite steps forward, her hands trembling slightly, the leather slipping from her grasp. We cannot let fear rule us, she implores, her voice steady yet laced with urgency. We have made beauty from nothing. Remember our first bag? Remember the thrill of creation? I remember. Oh, I remember the joy, the spark in my father's eyes when we unveiled it, the way it flew off the shelves, how it felt like the world had opened up and taken us into its embrace. But now, that thrill feels like a distant echo, a cruel reminder of what we risk losing. Beauty is not enough, Emil retorts, despair creeping into his voice. Beauty doesn't pay the bills. Beauty won't save us. The shadows deepen around him, swallowing his resolve. The weight of our reality presses down, the air thickening like fog, obscuring our vision, our hopes. The clock ticks louder, a relentless reminder of time slipping through our fingers like sand. Marguerite's eyes flash with determination, a flicker of the fierce spirit that once captured my father's heart. We must innovate. We must evolve. Her words strike like lightning, illuminating the dark corners of our predicament, yet I can see the cracks in her armor. Evolve. Emil's voice is low, almost a whisper. Into what? A ghost of what we once were? A shadow of a family name that once meant something. Hope extinguished, he sinks into despair, his shoulders slumped. I see my mother's hands ball into fists, her dreams catching in her throat, desperation clawing at her. I stand between them, a fragile bridge over troubled waters, the tension electric, crackling in the air like a storm. We can find a way, I say, conviction flooding my voice, even if I am terrified of the abyss that yawns before us. We can remind the world what Hermes means. We can breathe life back into our name. The silence that follows is deafening. Emil looks at me, and for a fleeting moment, I see a flicker of hope ignite in his eyes, and I hold on to it, clutching it like a lifeline. Marguerite exhales, her breath catching in the air, a prayer, a promise. But just like that, the moment shifts, the clock continues its ominous ticking, and the shadows deepen around us, coiling tighter. I feel the weight of generations pressing down on my shoulders, each decision a thread woven into the fabric of our family legacy. The ghosts of the past encircle us, reminding us that the path to greatness is littered with sacrifice and sorrow, but we must tread carefully. The leather still holds its promise, but now it feels heavier, as if it too senses the weight of our struggle. I reach out, fingers brushing the grain, feeling the rough texture under my skin. I remember the stories, the battles fought in hushed tones, the dreams stitched into existence, and I know we are not done yet. The air hums with tension, despair mingling with a flicker of hope. I look at my parents and see their flaws, their fears, but also their fierce love, a love that binds us amidst an unraveling world. Time stretches, a taut string ready to snap, and I know deep down that whatever happens next, we will face it together. And in that moment, I taste the bitter tang of desperation along with the sweet hint of possibility. The darkness waits, and we are on the precipice, teetering between legacy and oblivion, but I refuse to let go. We are Hermes, and our story is far from over. In the dim light of a narrow Parisian workshop, the air crackles with unspoken tension, heavy with the weight of leather and ambition. The clock strikes midnight, echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. Is Hermes stands alone, the flickering candle casting shadows that twist and distort the corners of his mind. His hands, rough and calloused, dance over the supple hides laid before him, but his heart feels the heaviness of a world unworthy. Each stitch he makes is a rebellion against the mundane, a defiance of the mediocrity that surrounds him. I remember the sound of the door creaking open, the chill of the night breeze sweeping through, carrying whispers of doubt. Enter Leone, his wife, her face a mask of concern, eyes glistening with a storm of emotions. She steps into his world of leather and dreams, a world that feels both a sanctuary and a prison. Cherry, she breathes, her voice a fragile thread that tugs at him. Are you still lost in that darkness? He turns, the flicker of the candle illuminating the deep furrows on his brow. Lost, he scoffs, but the word stings. The shadows in his mind loom larger. What if this dream of his, this vision, was merely a fool's errand? I'm not lost, Leone. I'm building. Building what? She counters, desperation edging her tone. A future? Or a fantasy? The space between them crackles, a taut line of tension, woven from their shared dreams and unspoken fears. Cherry feels the weight of her gaze, piercing through the veil of ambition and revealing the cracks in his resolve. He thinks of their children, of the legacy he wants to forge. I remember when I was a boy, he murmurs, almost to himself, the way my father's words would wrap around me like a warm embrace. Create something that lasts, Cherry. But the warmth of those memories dims in the face of reality. Leonie's hands tremble as she reaches toward him, a silent plea. But at what cost? You are driven, yes, but this path, it feels like a ghost haunting our home. The shadows respond, lurking at the edges of their conversation, a constant reminder of the sacrifices made, the nights spent in solitude. Do you not see? He roars suddenly, his voice echoing off the walls like thunder. This is not just leather. This is my heart, my soul. I won't let it slip away into the whispers of time. He stares fiercely into her eyes, searching for understanding, yet finding only the reflection of his own anguish. And there, in the stillness that follows, they stand as two flawed souls, tethered by love but driven apart by ambition. The clock ticks on, relentless and uncaring, a reminder that time waits for no one, especially not for those who dare to dream too vividly. Suddenly, the door swings wide, a gust of wind swirling in. Enter Gaston, his closest confidant, breathless and wide-eyed, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. Cherry, we have to talk. His voice cuts through the tension like a knife, and in that moment, the room feels charged with a new energy, a dawning realization. What is it? Cherry snaps, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Can't you see I'm busy? Busy? Or blind? Gaston's words hang in the air, thick with unyielding truth. The market is shifting. Your vision, it's becoming a ghost of what it was meant to be. Leonie's eyes widen, caught between her husband's fiery ambition and Gaston's cold reality. What does he mean? She whispers, her voice trembling as if the very ground beneath them is quaking. Your handcrafted saddles, your artistry, they're no longer enough, Gaston presses, urgency dripping from his words. People want something different now. They want, what? Mass-produced nonsense. Cherry interjects, the disdain bubbling up, indignation coursing through his veins. I will not sacrifice quality for mere profit. I won't. But inside, the seeds of doubt take root, burrowing deeper into his heart. He remembers the faces of his customers, the gleam of admiration in their eyes when they held a piece of his craftsmanship. Each creation was a piece of his spirit, letting go felt like severing a lifeline. I remember, he mutters, the first horse saddle I made. It was a labor of love, a piece of art. The memories flood back, his hands trembling, the stitches raw and imperfect, but each one a testament to his unwavering belief. I wanted to create something that would endure. Gaston's gaze softens, understanding flickering like the dim light around them. And you have, Cherry. But the world is changing. Are you willing to change with it, or will you be left behind, a mere shadow of your former self? The silence stretches, thick and suffocating. Cherry's heart races, caught between the desire to cling to his dreams and the fear of becoming irrelevant. In that moment, time seems to unravel. The clock ticks louder, each chime resonating like a gunshot, echoing in the hollows of his soul. Leonie steps forward, her voice a gentle balm amidst the chaos. Cherry, perhaps there's a way to merge the two worlds. Your art, your vision, don't let it die. Adapt, evolve, but don't lose yourself in the process. He meets her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, he sees the flicker of hope. But the shadows still loom, casting doubt, wrapping around his heart like a noose. Can I? He breathes, the words barely escaping his lips, laced with vulnerability. Can I truly adapt without losing what makes me me? And so they stand, three souls entwined in this fragile dance, caught between the past and the future, dreams and nightmares, love and ambition. The workshop hums with the electric tension of uncharted possibilities, each heartbeat echoing the pulse of life and death, creation and destruction. As the candle flickers one last time, I remember the moment when the world seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the brink of transformation. The shadows whisper secrets, the clock continues its relentless march, and in that space, the battle for Cherry's soul rages on, unresolved, hanging in the air like an unanswered prayer. The hammer fell, a singular, echoing thud that resonated through the dimly lit workshop. Dust motes danced in the slanting beam of late afternoon light, hinting at ghosts of craftsmanship and memories long past. I stood there, heart racing, feeling the pulse of the moment, the air thick with the scent of oiled leather and the metallic tang of blood. It wasn't just a saddle being made, it was destiny, woven into every stitch, every scrape, every drop of sweat dripping from my brow. I remember the first saddle I ever crafted. The leather was cold, unyielding, and full of potential, the same way I felt at the time, lost but desperate to create something real. I breathed the raw smell of it, and it filled my lungs, igniting something deep within me. I was 21, too young to know the weight of this craft, too naive to understand that creating was also unearthing pain. I could hear the clattering of tools, the rhythmic rasp of leather against wood, a symphony of creation and destruction, the very heartbeat of a world that bore witness to every rider's dreams and nightmares. With each strike of the hammer, I felt a memory clawing at my thoughts. My father, in the same workshop, his hands adorned with calluses and scars, each mark telling a story. He had a way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. A saddle is like a second skin, he'd whisper, eyes glinting with unshed tears. It carries the weight of 1,000 journeys. But he never spoke of the journeys that ended in tragedy, the riders who never returned, and the ghosts that lingered in the shadows, woven into the very fabric of our craft. And then there was Clara, my sister, her laughter musical and haunting, always drifting through the air, a sweet melody amidst the chaos. She was my anchor, my muse, always pushing me to reach for the impossible. Yet, as the weeks turned to months, I felt her presence slipping away, her dreams drowning in the weight of our family's legacy. I couldn't bear the thought of losing her, of losing the last thread that tethered me to a semblance of normalcy. "Do you remember the way you used to create?" she asked one evening, her voice trembling, the shadows creeping around us like dark tendrils. It was as if the leather spoke to you, begging to be shaped into something beautiful. Now it's just a burden. You're losing yourself, brother. Her words were daggers, cutting deep, piercing the fog of my obsession. I wanted to scream, to tell her that this was my way of loving, to bind our shadows into something tangible, something that could outlive us. But silence hung heavy between us, each moment stretching into eternity. The day Clara left, I could feel the crack in our bond, a chasm that widened with every heartbeat. The workshop felt emptier, the tools louder, the leather more demanding. I immersed myself in the craft, pouring every ounce of my grief into stitching, hoping to mend what was broken. But the more I created, the more I felt her absence echoing in each saddle, a constant reminder of what I had lost. And then came the storm. The rain lashed against the workshop like a primal scream, a tempest that mirrored the fury in my heart. I was alone, surrounded by shadows, with nothing but my thoughts and the relentless rhythm of the hammer. "Why do you do this to yourself?" a voice echoed in the corners of my mind, a whisper mingling with the thunder. It was my father, haunting me still, his lessons woven into my flesh. I gripped the hammer tighter, the wood splintering under the pressure. You're chasing a ghost." But I wouldn't stop, not yet. I had to finish the saddle, had to pour my soul into it one last time. With each blow, I imagined Clara's laughter, the way it lit up the darkest corners of my mind. I remembered the way she'd sit on a finished saddle, her hands resting lightly on the leather, claiming it as her own. As the night deepened, the shadows morphed into figures, and I could almost see her there, guiding my hands, reminding me of the joy that once thrummed beneath my skin. I stitched faster, frantically, anger and love merging into a fevered dance. Each thread I pulled was a tether, connecting us across the void that now separated us. The storm raged on, flooding my thoughts with memories, and I found myself lost in the intricate patterns of the saddle, the way the leather curved and bent beneath my fingers, each fold a whispered memory, each stitch a prayer. The incessant hammering transformed into a desperate heartbeat, echoing my fear, my longing, my regret. And then, in a moment that felt like an eternity, I struck too hard. The hammer slipped, crashing down onto my hand. Pain shot through me like lightning, raw and electric, a reminder that even in the pursuit of creation, destruction lurked just beneath the surface. The world blurred as I doubled over, blood pooling on the leather, staining it with my sacrifice. But in that moment, as I clutched my hand, I felt her presence wrapping around me like a warm embrace, a ghostly whisper telling me to keep going, to channel the pain into something new. I looked down at the burgeoning saddle, and it felt alive, pulsing with the weight of everything I had lost, everything I had fought for. This was the craftsmanship of saddle making, not just the physical creation, but the emotional tapestry woven through every fiber, every seam. Each saddle was a vessel for dreams and heartache, a bridge across the chasm of grief and hope. Life pressed on outside, the storm finally receding, but here, in this workshop, I was entwined in a cycle of creation and loss, the leather beneath my fingers a reminder that while some journeys end in darkness, others rise with the dawn. And so, I continued, the hammer striking against the anvil of my heart, stitching together the past and present, crafting not just saddles, but a legacy that would echo through time, forever intertwined with the shadow of my sister, her laughter lingering like a sweet melody against the backdrop of my sorrow. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating against the cobblestone streets, a sound both haunting and hopeful. I stood there, breath suspended in the heavy air, the kind that clings to your skin like a lover's embrace but feels more like a noose. The shadows of the buildings loomed above, casting long fingers across the ground, stretching into the dark corners where secrets festered and dreams lay shattered. Paris, in that moment, was alive with an electric pulse, a heartbeat thrumming under a veneer of elegance and despair. I could hear the distant echoes of laughter from the cabarets mingling with the muffled cries of the desperate. It was a city of innovation and heartbreak, a paradox wrapped in silk and soot. I remember the sense of urgency, that intoxicating fear of change in the air, a storm brewing just beneath the surface, ready to break. And there was Emile, a man torn between ambition and obligation, his hands trembling as he clutched a crumpled piece of paper. It was a blueprint, a vision of a better tomorrow, yet his heart thudded with the weight of his father's legacy, a legacy that demanded loyalty to tradition over the promise of progress. I could see the flicker of defiance in his eyes, a spark fighting to break free, yet he was anchored in a world that deemed innovation a fool's errand. "Will you? Will you step forward?" he whispered to the night, as if daring the shadows to answer. But the silence screamed back at him, a painful reminder that the ghosts of the past are never far behind, whispering their doubts. He had dreams, oh how they danced around him, but they felt so distant, like stars twinkling in an unreachable sky. Then there was Colette, always the firebrand, her spirit a wild flame flickering against the chill of societal constraints. She stood at the edge of Montmartre, the city sprawling beneath her like a canvas of chaos and beauty, and for a heartbeat, she felt invincible. The air was thick with the scent of revolution, sweet with the promise of change, and yet her heart was twisted with the burden of her own desires. She yearned to paint, to create, to scream her truth to the world, but fear gnawed at her, a relentless beast. "Why do we cage ourselves?" she asked the stars, her voice laced with both challenge and despair. "Why must the world dictate our worth?" Each word was a small rebellion, yet the weight of conformity pressed down on her chest like an iron vice. She had watched too many dreams wither beneath the crushing expectations of society, and the thought of losing herself to the mundane paralyzed her. In the distance, a carriage rattled past, the wheels clattering over the stones, the sound a stark reminder of the relentless march of time. The clock ticked on, relentless, mocking in its precision. Time was both a friend and a foe, cradling the dreams of the young while mercilessly stripping away the hope of the old. Emile, clutching his blueprint, felt the urgency of time, a gnawing realization that the moment to act was slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. Do it, I urged him in silence, though he couldn't hear me. Do it before the night swallows you whole. I wanted to reach out, to shake him awake from his reverie, to pull him into the cacophony of life swirling around us. But the shadows were heavy, and I was but an observer, trapped in a world of my own making. As Colette danced with her paintbrush, each stroke a declaration of her existence, I felt the air thrum with her passion. The colors exploded onto the canvas, visceral and raw, a riot of emotion spilling forth. But in her eyes flickered a familiar fear, the fear of unbeing, of creating something only to have it dismissed, to be buried under the weight of rejection. Will they see me, she whispered, her breath ghosting against the canvas, the silence wrapping around her like a shroud. Or will they only see what they want? I felt that doubt penetrate the depths of my soul, a chilling reminder that even in creation, one could feel utterly alone. The city breathed with them, it held their dreams and fears in its embrace, a vast tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair. The night deepened, and the ghosts of ambition wandered the streets, lingering in the alleyways where the light of the future flickered uncertainly. The tension crackled in the air, each breath a silent prayer. I felt the weight of their choices, the burden of their dreams, and the haunting echo of a city that demanded so much yet offered so little in return. Would Emile dare defy his father's shadow? Would Colette break free from the chains of expectation? A sudden clamor broke through the silence, a raucous crowd gathering in the square, chanting for change, their voices rising like a tide ready to crash against the walls of oppression. Emile's heart raced, caught between the allure of the crowd and the chains of his past. Colette felt the fire ignite within her, the embers of courage stoked by the collective roar of ambition and desire. Now, I urged them silently, the pulse of the city thrumming in my veins. Now is the time. As the plumes of smoke curled up into the night sky, a storm brewed on the horizon, but within the chaos was a promise that change was not just possible, but necessary. Time, that relentless beast, pushed them toward a confrontation with their fears, with the ghosts of their pasts, and with the vibrant possibilities of the future. The night held its breath, the city waited, and I felt the electric charge in the air, the magnetic pull of their choices, the weight of the moment. Paris was more than a city, it was a living, breathing entity, a crucible of innovation where dreams collided with reality, and the ghosts of ambition danced in the shadows, refusing to be silenced. Every heartbeat echoed as the clock ticked on, the pulse of the city quickening, drawing us closer to that moment when dreams would either shatter or soar. In that charged silence, everything felt possible, and yet, nothing was certain. The stage was set, they stood on the precipice of the unknown, and the world held its breath. The sun was setting behind the jagged skyline like a dying ember, casting long shadows across the streets, a city caught in the throes of change. Everything felt like a flickering candle, ready to extinguish at the slightest breath. I stood there, heart racing, amidst the chaos of a once familiar marketplace now transformed into something almost sinister. Vendors shouted, their voices warping into a cacophony of desperation and ambition, each word an echo of a world that had shifted beneath us like quicksand. I remembered her then. Maia, with her wild curly hair catching the last rays of sunlight, eyes burning with passion. She had always seen the world through a different lens, and now, as she stood at the edge of the bustling square, I saw the embodiment of both hope and dread. In her hands, she clutched a harness, not the kind that held the weight of a horse, but one crafted from supple leather, designed to be worn, to be flaunted. It was a remnant of an age when functionality reigned supreme, now twisted into an accessory for the fashionable elite. Maybe this can be more than just a harness, she whispered, almost to herself, her fingers tracing the contours. In her voice, I could hear the tremor of uncertainty, a haunting melody of aspiration battling against the harsh reality of its purpose. She was a dreamer, carving out a universe where utility met art, where the shackles of the past could be reshaped into something remarkable. Yet, the shadows loomed, taunting her, reminding her of the world's reluctance to change. And then there was Eli, burdened by the weight of his own demons. I caught a glimpse of him across the market, his brow furrowed, a man wrestling with ghosts that clung tighter than any harness ever could. He had once believed in the transformative power of these products, how they could leap from utilitarian roots into something that defined status, identity. But now, he was a mere spectator, a ghost in his own life, haunted by memories of ambition turned to ashes. "Why are we doing this?" he shouted over the din, eyes wide with a blend of frustration and sorrow. "Do we even know what we're creating anymore?" His words sliced through the air, raw and unfiltered, a desperate plea for clarity. I felt the tension rise, thick like smoke, as the people around him moved as if choreographed by an unseen hand, unaware, uncaring. I watched as Maia turned to him, defiance alight in her eyes, but it flickered like a candle struggling against a gale. "Eli, you don't see it," she cried, her emotion spilling over, charging the air with electric intensity. "This is not just about products or fashion. It's about liberation. It's about taking something that once bound us and making it ours." Her words were a lifebuoy thrown into turbulent waters, yet Eli stood anchored by doubt. As their gaze locked, the world around them faded, leaving just the two of them standing on a precipice of their own making. I felt my heart race as if I were caught in the wind with them, teetering on the edge of their conflict. I could almost hear the ticking clock of inevitability, each second a reminder that time was a relentless predator, stalking them, reminding them of the stakes. The shadows deepened, whispering secrets of what lay ahead, revolutions born from the ashes of the old. Harnesses that once restrained the beasts of burden were evolving into symbols of status, identity, and choice. But at what cost? The pulse of ambition throbbed in the air, each heartbeat echoing with the cries of those left behind. As Maia's trembling hands clutched the harness tighter, I was drawn to the intricate stitching, the delicate balance of strength and fragility. The leather felt alive, resonating with the histories of those who had worn it before, the farmers, the laborious, the struggling souls. A product of necessity, now reshaped into a fashion statement. Yet, it left a bitter taste on my tongue, the irony stinging like salt on an open wound. "Do you think they'll ever see it?" Eli's voice broke through my reverie, heavy with despair. "Do you think they'll ever understand what this means?" His question hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I could feel the weight of that uncertainty wrap around us like an ancient cloak, suffocating yet familiar. Maia stepped closer, her voice barely a whisper. "They have to. They must." And in that moment, I felt the world tilt on its axis. Her words had the power to ignite hope, yet they also bore the weight of desperation. She was grasping at something intangible, a dream that shimmered just beyond their reach. "Hope is a double-edged sword," Eli muttered, eyes distant, lost in a labyrinth of his own making. "It cuts, Maia. It cuts deep." And with every passing moment, the shadows loomed larger, threatening to swallow them whole. The marketplace hummed with the frenzy of consumption, an unsettling carnival of desires and longings, each person lost in their own narrative. Yet here stood Maia and Eli, two souls grappling with their place within it. It felt like a cosmic dance to me, their conflict a microcosm of a world teetering on the edge of transformation. The scent of fried pastries and the distant echo of laughter mingled with the bitterness of fear, a heady brew that intoxicated the senses. I could see the flicker of lanterns igniting as dusk settled over the city, a prelude to the night where dreams and nightmares coalesce. Maia's gaze remained steadfast, her voice a rallying cry against the encroaching darkness. "We can change this, Eli. We can turn this harness into a symbol of our fight." And with that, I felt a surge of heat, raw and fierce, a fire igniting in the depths of their hearts, one that could either burn brightly or consume them entirely. As the last light of day faded, I could sense the inevitability of their confrontation, the moment when hope crashed against the dam of reality, a tidal wave poised to break. It was all a matter of time. The city, with its restless pulse, continued to spin around them, unaware of the storm brewing beneath their feet. I could hear the clock ticking down, the shadows thickening, and I felt a visceral tension clawing at my insides. The stage was set, and destiny watched with bated breath, straddling the line between creation and destruction, between the old and the new. In that haunting silence, I realized we were all harnessed in some way, straining against the restraints of our own fears. ambitions, and dreams, caught in the eternal dance of evolution, where every product was imbued with the intensity of the human spirit, every choice heavy with consequence. And as their voices rose, weaving together a tapestry of hope and despair, I knew that this was just the beginning, an endless loop, an unbroken cycle. The evolution of products was not just about the evolution of material, it was the evolution of us, the raw, bleeding heart at the center of it all, forever yearning, forever reaching. The night was thick with tension, a palpable weight, as I stood in the center of a dimly lit stables, the air saturated with the scent of hay and horse sweat. Flickering shadows danced along the wooden beams overhead, whispering secrets of a culture that thrummed in the heart of this place, a culture that clung to the very souls of those who dared to ride. A soft whinny echoed through the silence, piercing like a knife, shattering my thoughts and bringing me face to face with Maia, the girl who knew every horse in this barn by name, every scar, every flaw. She was both fierce and fragile, her heart open like the night sky, yet burdened by a darkness that thrived in the corners of her mind. "I can't lose him," she murmured, fingers brushing against the velvet of a chestnut's neck, every touch a silent prayer, every heartbeat a testament to her unyielding love. I watched her, the way her chestnut hair cascaded down her back like molten copper, the way her chest rose and fell with each labored breath. She was blood and spirit, the embodiment of everything equestrian culture promised, freedom, power, and haunting beauty. Yet, here she stood, on the precipice of despair, teetering between hope and the abyss. Each horse in the barn was a lifeline, a tether to a world that could either lift her or drag her under. The stakes were high, and she knew it. I could feel the weight of her struggle, the rusted chains of expectation that clanked ominously around her heart. The horses were not mere animals, they were her identity, a reflection of her deepest desires and fears. Those magnificent beasts carried the whispers of her dreams, the echoes of her failures. And then there was Noah, a young man with stormy eyes and a spirit as restless as the wind. He lingered in the shadows, a ghost in the periphery, watching Maia with a vulnerability that shattered the very air between us. Noah had a knack for finding trouble, and trouble had a way of finding him. But beneath the bravado and mischief, there lay a tenderness that was almost haunting. He knew the stakes, too, he'd felt the sting of loss like a whip on his soul. "I told you to stay away from those jumps," he said, voice low, laced with urgency. "You think you're invincible, but one mistake, I'm not afraid of falling," she snapped, fire igniting in her emerald eyes. "I'm afraid of living without them." The horses shifted in their stalls, sensing the charged air, their ears flicking back and forth in nervous anticipation. They mirrored the turmoil inside her, the conflict that twisted and turned like a wild stallion in a storm. In that moment, I could see the truth of their world, the unyielding bond between horse and rider, the way it defined them, carved their identities in the flesh and spirit of their being. "I remember that first ride," Maia said, her voice softening, almost wistful. "The way he felt beneath me, like flying. I thought I could touch the stars." But the stars had dimmed, a constellation shadowed by doubt. Each jump, each race, had become a battle against the specter of failure that loomed over her, a phantom that threatened to swallow her whole. Noah's eyes danced with a mixture of concern and something deeper, something unspoken that lingered between them, a current of unacknowledged feelings that crackled like dry leaves underfoot. "I remember," he whispered, stepping closer, the air thickening with the intensity of the moment. He reached out, fingers brushing lightly against her arm, igniting a spark that sent electric shivers racing through the both of them. "But you can't keep running from it." They were two souls entwined in a waltz of love and loss, tethered by a passion that flickered like a candle in a storm. And outside, the night raged on, a wild tempest that mirrored their own internal chaos, the wind howling like a banshee, a warning that something was about to break. They were on the edge, a razor-thin line separating hope from despair, and the horses were the embodiment of that line, as wild and free as the dreams they held. Maia's gaze drifted to the window, where the moon hung like a silver coin in a velvet sky, casting ghostly shadows that flickered across the barn. "They say the horses can sense our fear," she murmured. "What do they feel when they see us like this? What do they think of our pain?" In that moment, I could almost hear the whispers between the horses and their riders, a language of heartbeats and breath, a communion of souls that transcended words. They were bound by a culture steeped in history, a legacy that ran deeper than blood, a dance of trust and vulnerability that was as old as time. This was more than just sport, it was identity, existence, the essence of who they were. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second stretching into eternity, every heartbeat echoing the unspoken truths that hung heavy in the air. I could feel their fears coiling around us like a serpent, tightening its grip, threatening to crush the very life from the room. But then, amid the tension, there came a moment of clarity, a glimpse of something greater than themselves, a vision of how equestrian culture could weave their lives together, could create a brand that was as fierce and unyielding as the horses they adored. Noah breathed deeply, the weight of his own struggle spilling forth like secrets long held. We can't let it end like this. You're more than just a rider, Mia. You're a part of something bigger, something that can inspire others, that can create change. His voice was raw, a plea wrapped in desperation and hope. And in that moment, I could see it, the potential, the raw, untamed magic that flickered in her eyes. The possibility of a brand identity forged in the fires of their passion, a legacy that would echo through generations, grounded in the sheer power of their love for these magnificent creatures. It was a chance to transform their pain into purpose, to create a culture that would elevate them beyond their darkest fears. But the storm outside had not yet calmed, and the shadows were still swirling, thick and foreboding. A confrontation loomed on the horizon, a reckoning that would demand everything they had. They stood at the precipice, hearts racing, breaths caught in their throats, the night whispering promises of both glory and ruin. In that barn, surrounded by the ghosts of equestrian culture and the heartbeat of the horses, I felt it, a surge of emotion that crackled in the air, a reminder that their story was far from over, that the very essence of who they were lay just beyond reach, waiting to be claimed. And all I could do was hold my breath, gripped by the intensity of the moment, knowing that the next step would change everything. The bell above the door clanged violently as she pushed through, and the noise shattered the silence like glass hitting concrete. Nora stood there, breathless, the air thick with the scent of freshly painted walls, the tang of possibility dancing feverishly in her nostrils. This was it, the first boutique, the culmination of every sleepless night, every frantic whisper into the void. Her fingers twitched at her sides, an electric current surging through her, but what was it? Anticipation or dread? Inside, the walls were adorned with soft pastel colors, each hue a carefully selected promise. Yet, they whispered secrets too. Shadows loomed large, stretching across the floor, dark like the doubts swirling inside her mind. She could almost hear them, those doubts, sneering, taunting her with the weight of the unknown. "You'll fail," they hissed. "Look at this place. What do you know about running a business?" But it was more than just a boutique. It was a sanctuary, a fragile dream trapped in for unyielding walls, and it needed her to breathe life into it. Could she? Could the girl who once hid behind her mother's skirts ever step into the light? As she took her first tentative steps inside, a flicker of movement caught her eye. The corner of the room was occupied by a mannequin draped in a flowing dress, a vision of elegance and grace, yet somehow it felt like a ghost. Nora's heart raced. Was it a warning? An embodiment of the ideal she sought? Or was it a cruel reminder of her own insecurities? She could almost see her reflection in that pale, unfeeling face, the cracks of her own fears lying just beneath the surface. "Don't let it swallow you whole," she whispered, but her voice echoed back like a mournful spectre. Then there was Ava, her best friend and unyielding anchor, whose laughter filled the void even as it trembled with anxiety. Ava burst through the door, her presence a whirlwind of energy, a heartbeat louder than the panic clawing at Nora's chest. "You did it, you actually did it," she exclaimed, her arms flung wide, ready to embrace the monumental leap they were taking. But Nora felt trapped, caught in a web spun from insecurity and the weight of expectation. "What if it all goes wrong?" she replied, her voice barely a whisper, a stark contrast to Ava's exuberance. "What if no one comes? What if they hate it?" Ava paused, her eyes narrowing, searching. "But what if they love it?" she countered, the challenge hanging in the air, heavy and palpable. "What if this is exactly what they've been waiting for?" Their eyes locked, and in that moment, time stretched. Nora felt something shift, a crack in her armor, the walls around her heart pulsed with an unfamiliar energy. But then doubt clawed back, sharper than ever, gnawing at her resolve. What did she know about love? What did she know about being truly seen? Nora turned her gaze back to the mannequin, feeling its unyielding presence. "You think it's beautiful," she murmured, almost to herself. "But what if it's just a pretty lie?" "Like all fashion," Ava said, her tone teasing, but Nora saw the flicker of vulnerability in her friend's eyes. They both wore their insecurities like tattered capes, cloaked in the absurdity of their ambitions. "We sell dreams, remember? Even if they're a little fragile." Just then, a shadow flitted across the doorway, and both women froze. A figure emerged, clad in dark clothing, the kind of presence that could silence a room. It was Marcus, the landlord, his features obscured by the dim light. He stepped inside, the weight of his gaze sweeping over the boutique, dissecting every inch with the precision of an investigator at a crime scene. "What do you think?" Nora asked, her heart racing, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. He paused, and the silence felt like a mouthful of stones. "It's quaint," he said finally, but there was something cold in his voice, a chill that seeped into the air. "Just make sure it doesn't crumble under pressure. The city is merciless." He turned to leave, and Nora felt the breath hitch in her throat. "Wait," she called out, the panic spilling over. "Do you think?" But the door swung shut, cutting off her words, leaving an echo of unanswered questions in the silence. A shiver ran down her spine, the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around her like a shroud. Ava placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, grounding her. "Forget him. This is your space." "Your moment," she said, but the weight of Marcus's words lingered, thick and suffocating. Nora's eyes darted around the room, catching glimpses of her dreams hanging overhead, glistening like stars in a night sky. But with every hope, a fear pulsed. What if the stars fell, one by one, leaving only darkness behind? "I remember when we used to talk about this," she said, the memories flooding back like a distant dream. "When it was just an idea, a chance, now it feels like a noose tightening around my neck." "Take a breath," Ava urged, her voice soft yet firm. "You're not alone in this. We're a team." And for a heartbeat, it felt like they were dancing on the edge of the abyss, their laughter reverberating against the walls, defying the shadows. But doubt never sleeps. It lurks, waiting for the mask to slip, for the fragile facade to crack. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the world outside faded into a blur, leaving only the flickering fluorescent lights within the boutique. It was a cocoon, a fragile sanctuary, and yet, as Nora gazed into the mirror, she didn't recognize the reflection staring back. Was that hope or despair? The line was thin, a mere thread waiting to be severed. In that moment, she felt as though she were standing on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, time stretching endlessly before her. Each tick of the clock echoed with the heartbeat of her uncertainty. It was a reminder that the night was just beginning, that the shadows were alive and hungry. "Tomorrow," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Tomorrow, everything changes." And with that, the darkness crept closer, wrapping its tendrils around her heart, drawing her into the storm that awaited just beyond the door. The first boutique, her first boutique, hung suspended in the air, a delicate thread woven between dreams and nightmares, waiting to unravel. The clock ticked, each second a haunting reminder of impending doom. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the candle, casting eerie shapes on the stone walls. She stood there, the weight of the world pressing on her shoulders, a trembling hand gripping the edge of the table. Lena's heart raced, the rhythm echoing like a death march, reverberating through the heavy air, thick with the smell of burned wood and desperation. The pieces of her life lay scattered around her, remnants of a past that felt as tangible as the dust swirling in the dim light, suffocating and yet somehow liberating. "Do you even understand what's at stake?" Jake's voice cut through the silence, a knife slicing through flesh. His eyes were wild, pupils dilated, like two dark holes ready to swallow her whole. He was a storm, unpredictable and furious, a coiled spring threatening to unleash chaos. She could see the fire in him, the desperation that mirrored her own. They were both lost, teetering on the edge of a cliff, the abyss below ready to claim them. "I know," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, but it felt like a confession. She had spent countless nights dreaming of this moment, this confrontation, her heart racing as she rehearsed the lines, but now? Everything unraveled like an old tapestry, threads fraying in the light of day. But it's not just about us anymore. The air crackled, heavy with tension, as the unspoken fear hung between them, a ghost lurking in the corners of the room. Every moment stretched, thickening time until it became a tangible thing, wrapping around them, binding them together in this fragile web of shared guilt and unresolved desire. Lena could feel the scars of their past clinging to her like a second skin, each mistake a mark, each choice a weight. She hated him and loved him in the same breath, a toxic blend that made her want to scream. Jake stepped closer, his face a mask of pain. You think materials and techniques matter? You think it's about the quality of our work? Look around. He gestured wildly, encompassing the clutter, the shattered remains of dreams, the crying artworks that begged for attention. This is all we have left. We can't afford to lose it. We can't afford to be mediocre. The word hung there, a cold blade pressing against her throat. Mediocre. It was a curse, a haunting echo of her father's voice, always demanding perfection, always pushing for the best. She had spent her life chasing shadows, always reaching, never grasping. Her hands shook as she remembered the hours spent in the workshop, carving, chipping away at the stone, trying to extract beauty from the cold, unyielding mass. It was her sanctuary, the only place where the chaos of her mind quieted, but now it felt like a prison. I remember when we used to dream, Lena said softly, the words slipping out like a confession, heavy with nostalgia. Late at night, beneath the stars, we'd talk about the future. The beauty we could create. The lives we could touch. Her voice trembled, caught between hope and despair. What happened to that? Silence enveloped them, a shroud thick enough to suffocate. They stood there, two broken souls in a world that demanded perfection, yet offered nothing but chaos. The shadows loomed larger, darker, their edges sharp and menacing. Lena could almost feel them crawling up her skin, wrapping around her throat like a noose, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. I'm still here, Jake said finally, his voice raw, a whisper that cut through the heavy silence. But I don't know how to find the beauty anymore. I've lost it, Lena. We've lost it. His vulnerability hung in the air, heavy like the scent of smoke after a fire, a reminder of what had once burned brightly. Then we find it together, she replied, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. Her heart raced, not with fear but with the thrill of possibility. We can use the best materials, the finest techniques. We can breathe life back into this. But doubt crept in, gnawing at her resolve. What if they couldn't? What if their efforts were futile, a whisper against a storm? The cosmos above seemed to chuckle at their plight, stars twinkling with an exquisite indifference as if mocking their struggle. I don't want to drown in mediocrity, he said, stepping back, the passion in his voice replaced by a chilling resignation. I can't, Lena. I won't. The walls closed in, the weight of his words pressing against her chest, threatening to suffocate her. Then fight, she pleaded, her voice rising, echoing against the cold stone. Fight for something real. Fight for us. But as she spoke, she felt the shadows begin to shift, a tide of darkness creeping into the edges of their sanctuary. The faint glow of the candle flickered ominously, casting long fingers of light that seemed to beckon them into the abyss. Memories rushed in, those late nights, the laughter, the dreams that felt closer than breathing. Could they still cling to those fragments? I remember, she started, her voice trembling. I remember the joy in creation, the way we could lose ourselves in the process, the way the world vanished around us. I remember the way your hands felt in mine. Jake's face softened, but the fear remained, a storm brewing behind his eyes. But that was before, he said, the weight of reality anchoring his words. Now it's all just chaos. Chaos can birth beauty, she insisted, willing him to see it, willing the universe to align. We can create something new, something that resonates with the essence of who we are. But the doubt lingered, a specter haunting the edges of their resolve. Lena's stomach twisted. Was it worth the risk? The terror of failure loomed large, a spectre stalking them through the dark. As the candle flickered and dimmed, illuminating their faces in an eerie glow, Lena felt the pulse of time, the seconds slipping away like grains of sand through her fingers. The clock ticked, a relentless reminder that choices had to be made. They were caught in a moment thick with possibility, wonder, and terror, the boundaries between failure and success blurring into an indistinguishable haze. "Then let's fight, Lena," Jake said, his voice firm, a lifeline thrown in turbulent waters. "Let's fight the chaos. Let's forge something beautiful from this mess. Together." And in that moment, as hope flickered like a fragile flame against the darkness, they made their choice. The shadows shivered, alive with the promise of what was to come, whispering secrets into the night, urging them forward. Somewhere within the cacophony, the heartbeat synchronized, echoing a rhythm of resilience, binding their fates together in a fragile tapestry of dreams and despair. The importance of quality had never felt so hauntingly necessary, and yet, so utterly beautiful. The air was thick with tension, a silence so profound it crackled like electricity, suffocating and intoxicating. I stood there in the dim light of the workshop, the scent of burnt leather lingering, an acrid reminder of mistakes made and dreams forged. The shadows danced on the walls as if mocking me, each flicker a heartbeat, each flickering light a fleeting hope. My fingers trembled as they brushed the rough edges of a leather strap, its surface warm and alive under my touch. This was the moment everything hinged on. Maia stormed in, her eyes ablaze with fury and desperation, the door slamming behind her like a thunderclap. "You think you can just walk away?" she spat, her voice a sharp knife slicing through the silence. "This is everything we've built. Everything." I felt the weight of her words crush my chest, squeezing out the breath I didn't realize I held. Maia was the heart of this place, passionate, relentless, the fire that ignited the spark of our dreams. But fire consumes, it doesn't nurture. And I could see the flames licking at her edges, threatening to engulf us both. "I'm trying to keep us afloat," I shot back, my own voice trembling, raw. "Expanding into leather goods? It could ruin everything." I didn't want to admit how much the thought terrified me. It was a leap into the unknown, a plunge into the abyss. Each product we crafted felt like an extension of our souls, and I was terrified of what would happen when we stretched ourselves too thin. Maia stepped closer, her presence a magnetic pull, the intensity of her gaze almost unbearable. "We can't keep playing it safe. The world is out there, waiting. We have to take this risk, or we'll drown in our own fear." Her words echoed in my mind, a haunting whisper that clung to my thoughts. I remember the late nights we spent dreaming, the laughter over failed prototypes, the intimacy we shared while measuring leather and cutting patterns. We were more than business partners, we were entwined, two souls colliding, our hearts stitched together in this chaotic tapestry of ambition and vulnerability. But then there was David, the silent storm brewing just outside the door. He had been my rock, my anchor, until he wasn't. He stood in the shadows, his face a storm cloud, the weight of betrayal heavy in the air. "You can't trust her," he murmured, his voice low and threatening, like the rumble of thunder before a tempest. "She'll drag you under." I looked at him, the man who had once believed in this vision as fiercely as I did. "David, we have to—" No, he stepped into the light, his features carved with desperation, the pain in his eyes a mirror of my own. "You don't understand what's at stake. This isn't just about leather. It's about us." The tension hung thick, a rope tightening around my throat. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. Each moment was a heartbeat racing toward a confrontation inevitable as a storm. I remembered the dreams I used to have, where leather was more than material, it was a canvas, a story waiting to be told. But now, in the face of Maia's ambition and David's despair, it felt like a noose. "I remember," I began, but the words caught in my throat. I remembered the night spent sketching designs under the light of a flickering bulb, the way Maia's laughter rang in my ears like music, the way David's smile had once felt like home. But those memories were ghosts now, haunting shadows of what had been, and what could slip through my fingers if I dared to reach too far. Maia's voice broke through my reverie, a plea wrapped in fury. You can't let fear dictate our lives. Look at what we've done. Look at what we could become. Every word was a knife, carving a path through my heart. Each beat echoed with doubt, with the weight of choices yet to be made. The leather goods were not just products, they were pieces of us, fragments of our story woven into every stitch. David stepped forward, his eyes dark pools of resolve. And what if we fail? What if this expansion tears us apart? What if you lose her? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Maia opened her mouth to protest, but I raised my hand, silencing her. I felt the gravity of the moment, the world around me collapsing into a single point of focus. What do we risk? I asked, my voice a fragile thread, quivering with uncertainty. We risk everything, David replied, his voice a whisper, yet it echoed like a thunderclap. I glanced at Maia, and in that instant, I saw the swirling depths of her ambition, the fire that burned behind her eyes, and it ignited something within me too, a determination that had been buried beneath layers of fear. Maybe we have to risk it, I said, my heart racing, blood pounding in my ears. Maybe this is what we were meant to do. The room felt charged, a tempest building, the shadows thickening around us. I could feel the tension crackle in the air, the ghosts of our dreams swirling, beckoning us toward the choice that lay before us. Maia stepped closer, her breath mingling with mine, an electric connection that tethered us through the chaos. Together, then? I nodded, though the grip of doubt still squeezed my heart. Together. But David's face fell, a shattering of dreams, the silence punctuated by the weight of his resignation. Then I can't be a part of this. The words struck like lightning, splitting the air, leaving a gaping void in their wake. I watched him retreat into the shadows, a ghost of the man who had once shared this dream, and the ache in my chest felt like a wound, raw and bleeding. Maia reached for me, our fingers intertwining, warmth against the cold wind of uncertainty. A promise. A pledge. And as we stood there, the workshop a cacophony of emotions, I understood that this was just the beginning, a spiral of ambition, heartbreak, and the relentless pursuit of creation. The leather goods awaited, whispers of a new chapter, and yet the shadows loomed large, reminding us that every step forward was a dance with the unknown. Every heartbeat echoed with the promise of what could be, and the haunting specter of what might be lost. And somewhere, out there in the dark, the world held its breath, poised for the storm to break. The siren's call of the city echoed through the rain-slicked streets, a symphony of tires splashing through puddles, an orchestra of muted chaos. No one noticed the woman standing beneath the flickering streetlight, a silhouette caught in a moment suspended between desperation and desire. The air crackled with something electric, as if the night itself held its breath, waiting for the world to shift. I remember that night vividly, the chill creeping into my bones, the taste of rain mingling with the metallic tang of fear. My heart raced beneath my coat, thudding like a drum warning me of impending disaster. In the distance, I saw her, a figure draped in shadows, holding an object that seemed to glow even in the darkness. It was a beacon, unmistakable in its allure, yet more than just a bag, it was a promise, a dream, the embodiment of everything I had ever wanted. And there she was, clutching it like a lifeline, an anchor to a world I thought I could never touch. Please, just one moment, I whispered, though the wind swallowed my words, leaving only the echo of desperation behind. I knew what the bag represented, wealth, status, a shimmering veneer over the raw pain of existence. Yet a part of me was drawn to it, hungry for the validation that came with such an emblem. It was an obsession I had nurtured silently, a fantasy spun from threads of envy and longing. The woman turned, and I saw the fire in her eyes, a storm of emotions battling for supremacy. Her name was Claire, a fierce spirit encased in layers of vulnerability. She had fought tooth and nail for this bag, yet now, there was a hint of sorrow in her grip. The weight of it was palpable, a burden and a blessing intertwined like lovers in a tragic dance. "It's not what you think," she said, her voice shaking like leaves in a tempest. "It doesn't change who I am." But it was too late. I could already feel the pull of the bag, the magnetic force drawing me into a world of luxury and light, away from the murky depths of my own life. I was no longer merely an observer, I was a moth drawn to the flame, aware of the burn yet unable to resist. What did you have to sacrifice? I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air, thick with unspoken truths. Her eyes darkened, clouds gathering in her gaze. Everything, she admitted, the words spilling like dark ink across the page of her existence. Friendships, love, my own sense of self. I thought it would fill the void, but it only deepened it. And there it was, the heart of the matter. I felt the sharp sting of her honesty, a dagger to my own aspirations. My mind raced as I wrestled with my demons, the ghosts of my past whispering insidiously, feeding my insecurities. I thought of my father, his disappointment palpable as he saw my dreams slip through my fingers like sand. The Birkin bag stood as a stark contrast to my reality, a shimmering emblem of a life I could never attain, and yet, here I was, standing on the precipice, peering into the abyss. Then, like a sudden storm, the silence shattered. A figure appeared in the distance, a man cloaked in shadows, his presence an ominous cloud looming over us. It was Claire's husband, John, a man who wore his insecurities like armor, his own ambition twisted into jealousy. He saw the bag, the object of his wife's obsession, and I could see the storm brewing within him. "You don't need it, Claire," he bellowed, the words echoing like thunder. "You think that bag will make you whole? You're wrong. It's just leather and gold." The air grew thick, the tension electrifying. I took a step back, feeling the heat of their conflict wash over me like a wave. Claire's eyes darted between us, her emotions a swirling tempest. "You don't understand," she shouted, her voice breaking under the weight of her truth. "It's not just about the bag. It's everything I sacrificed to get it. It's the validation I crave, the acknowledgement that I am worthy." And suddenly, I found myself questioning my own worth. Was I just an observer, forever grasping at dreams just beyond my reach? The Birkin represented so much more, a cruel reflection of my own insecurities, a mirror that showed me what I lacked. I felt the world spinning beneath my feet, the kaleidoscope of emotions whirling into chaos as their fight unfolded, each word cutting deeper than the last. John's voice rang out, filled with a desperation that matched Claire's. "You think that bag will change how people see you? It won't. You're still just you, lost and hollow." His words fell like stones, leaving ripples of pain in their wake. I watched as Claire's resolve crumbled, the fire in her eyes dimming, replaced by something darker, fear, hurt, a realization that shook her to her core. "Maybe you're right," she whispered, the words barely a breath. The finality of her admission hung heavy between us, an unspoken agreement that the bag, the dreams, everything they represented, was nothing but a facade. In that moment, I realized that we were all standing at the crossroads of desire and despair, each of us clutching our own version of the Birkin bag, a symbol of our wants, our failures, our relentless pursuit of validation. I could feel the weight of their struggles wrapping around me, drawing me into a shared experience, a collective heartbreak woven through the fabric of our existence. The rain began to pour again, a torrent that washed away the remnants of their confrontation, yet the tension lingered like smoke from a dying fire. Claire dropped her gaze, staring at the ground, her dreams mixing with the mud beneath her feet. I felt the cosmic pull of the city, the stars above winking down at us, as if reminding us that even amidst chaos, we were all part of something much larger, a cycle of longing and loss. As the shadows deepened, I felt a strange sense of unity with them, the desperation of the moment binding us together. The bag remained between us, an unclaimed prize, a testament to dreams unrealized. I could see now that it wasn't about the bag, but about the weight we carried, the hearts we wore on our sleeves, and the relentless pursuit of something, anything, that might fill the emptiness inside. I took a step forward, closer to Claire, closer to the storm. The echoes of their confrontation faded into the background, leaving only the raw pulse of humanity laid bare. It was a moment suspended in time, a fragile thread that tied us together, forever caught in a loop of desire and despair, waiting for the next heartbeat to resonate, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The clock struck midnight, and the city pulsed with a frantic energy, a heartbeat echoing down damp alleyways, where shadows gambled and whispered secrets. It was here, amidst the echoing footfalls on cobbled streets, that Elise stood, her breath a fog of anxiety. Her hands trembled, clutching the hem of a silk gown, the fabric both a treasure and a curse. She had poured her soul into its creation, each stitch a piece of her heart, every embellishment a reflection of her dreams shattered by the weight of expectation. Across the street, under the flickering glow of a street lamp, Leo leaned against the cool brick wall, eyes simmering with a storm of disappointment and yearning. They had once been partners, a duo unmatched in the world of haute couture, but ambitions had frayed the threads of their bond. The fashion show loomed, a crucible of talent and fear, and the stakes had never felt higher. He watched her, the girl who had once danced through their studio, her laughter stitching joy into the air. Now, she was a ghost of that girl, lost in the labyrinth of her own making. "I remember," Elise whispered into the silence, a mantra of nostalgia clinging to her lips. "I remember the nights we spent sewing dreams into fabric, the way our ideas sparkled like stars against the fabric of reality. But now those stars felt like distant memories, twinkling but unreachable." She worried that the universe had conspired against her, pushing her towards failure, and she teetered on the edge of doubt like a tightrope walker above a chasm of despair. Then came the text, a simple ping that shattered the night. "We need to talk." It was from Leo, the words pulling at her heartstrings with a mix of dread and longing. She could sense the gravity behind each letter, the unspoken fears lurking like specters in the corners of their intertwined histories. The silence stretched, thick as the air before a summer storm, and all she could think was, what happens when the dreams you built together become the very chains that bind you? As she stepped closer, the pavement sticky with rain and regret, she recalled their first collaboration, a crazy idea that had spiraled into a whirlwind of color and creativity. They had been reckless, fueled by ambition and the intoxicating rush of success. But dreams have a way of morphing into shadows, and in the golden light of their past, darkness had begun to seep in. Leah's voice broke through her reverie, low and rough, like gravel scraping against the edge of a worn-out heart. "Elise, we can't keep pretending everything's fine. Not when the world is watching." The weight of urgency hung between them, palpable and suffocating. She could see the frustration etched across his brow, the way his eyes held a tempest of unshed tears. He was both the anchor and the storm. "I can't let you down," she confessed, the words spilling out like wine from a cracked bottle. "I've put everything into this collection. What if it's not enough? What if I fail?" His fingers brushed against hers, a fleeting touch that ignited a spark of warmth in the chill night air. "We were meant to create magic, Elise. But magic requires trust, and right now, you're fighting your own demons. You need to believe in yourself." The intensity of his gaze bore into her, and all at once, she was transported back to a time when they had believed in the impossible. The fabric of their friendship, once vibrant and thick, now felt frayed and fragile. "We were unstoppable," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "But what if I'm just broken?" The city hummed around them, a living entity filled with dreams and nightmares. The scent of rain-soaked pavement mixed with the sweet aroma of street food, creating a symphony of sensations that pulled at her senses. But the cacophony faded as the most terrifying thought crept in. What if she was not the artist she believed herself to be? What if the accolades and applause had all been a mirage, a cruel joke crafted by the universe? "I remember," she chanted softly, "our first show, the lights blinding, the energy electric. We stood there, hearts racing, and the world was ours." Tears stung her eyes, threatening to spill, but she willed them back. No more weakness, she thought. Not now. Not when everything was on the line. Leo took a step closer, their breaths mingling in the chill of the air. He was both a lifeline and a mirror, reflecting every flaw and fear she harbored. "Then let's make it ours again. Together." His words struck her like lightning, a jolt of realization electrified her veins. It wasn't just about the gowns or the fame. It was about their bond, frayed yet unbroken, a tapestry woven through hope and heartache. But just as she felt the flicker of faith begin to reignite, a sharp reminder of reality cut through the warmth. A rival designer's name hung like a noose over their dreams, Clara, the queen of couture, whose icy veneer masked a relentless ambition. Clara had seen their potential, and in response, had unleashed a storm of pressure. The thought of facing her, of standing in that spotlight, sent cold shivers down Elise's spine. "Clara won't wait forever," she said, voice trembling like autumn leaves. What if she steals our thunder? For every storm, there's a rainbow waiting to emerge, Leo said, determination lacing his tone. We're not done yet. We can't let fear dim our light. Not now. And in that moment, against the backdrop of uncertainty, something shifted. The shadows of doubt began to recede, and for the first time, Elise felt the flicker of possibility. Dreams could be rebuilt, friendships rekindled, but only if they dared to step into the light together, hand in hand, facing the tempest. As the clock chimed 1, a promise hung in the air, fragile yet powerful, a pact forged in desperation and hope. The night felt alive, swirling with the whispers of a world that had not yet forgotten them. The heartbeats of the city thrummed like a drum, urging them to rise, to create, to defy the odds. Elise took a deep breath, the scent of rain mingling with the warmth of camaraderie, and she felt the weight of her fears begin to lift. In that tiny moment, amidst the chaos of the world, she wasn't just a designer anymore, she was a warrior ready to embrace the battle ahead. Together, they would carve their names into the fabric of time, one stitch at a time, like stars gathered in the inky vastness of the universe, never letting the night swallow them whole. The show would go on. The room was drenched in shadows, each corner trembling with the weight of unspoken words. A single bulb flickered above, casting an eerie glow on the glinting fabric strewn across the table, silk scarves, their colors vibrant yet haunting, whispering long-forgotten tales of beauty and pain. The air smelled of dust and desperation, and I could hear my heartbeat, a frantic drum echoing against the silence. Maia stood by the table, her fingers trembling as she picked up a scarf, the fabric sliding through her hands like a forgotten memory. She had poured her soul into each stitch, each brush of ink on the silk. But today, it felt like ashes in her mouth. The silk was alive, electric beneath her touch, yet it mocked her, reminded her of dreams unfulfilled. "This isn't what I wanted," she breathed, her voice a fragile wisp of sound, barely breaking through the thick air. Across the room, Leo was lost in his thoughts, his gaze fixed on the window, where the city sprawled like a restless beast. He could almost feel the heartbeat of the streets below, the pulse of life, the laughter, the screams. But here, in this dimly lit sanctuary, he felt like a ghost, haunting the echoes of his past. "You might as well be standing in a graveyard, Maia," he murmured, a dark chuckle escaping his lips. "Every scarf here is a memory buried, beautiful but dead." "Stop it," she snapped, her voice rising, the tension slicing through the air like a jagged knife. "You don't understand. This is my art. It has to speak." But Leo shook his head, the despair pooling in his eyes. "And what if no one listens? What if your art is just a scream in the void?" He pushed back from the wall, urgency igniting his movements. "What if it's just wasted?" "I remember the night we sat under the stars," she said, the memories flooding her like a tidal wave. "You told me that art was life, that it could change the world." Her words were a lifeline to a past where hope still flickered in their eyes. "What happened to that, Leo?" He turned, the anguish etched across his face a mirror to her own. "Life happened, Maia. Dreams fade in the light of reality. They suffocate in shadows." Silence clung to them, thick and suffocating. Outside, the city raged on, oblivious to the storm brewing within these four walls. Maia clenched the scarf tighter, feeling its smooth texture against her skin, a reminder of the dreams she had spun from its fibers. She could almost hear the laughter of her grandmother, the woman who had taught her the art of weaving, the magic in transforming threads into something exquisite. "You don't know what it's like to create something," she whispered, her voice trembling. "To pour your heart into every inch, to bleed for it." Leo stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "And what if it bleeds you dry? What if you end up lost in the very thing you love?" The words hung between them, thick with tension. Maia's breath caught in her throat as she remembered the first scarf she had ever made, the way the fabric had danced in the sunlight, the colors alive, radiant. It had felt like magic, like the universe had whispered to her, urging her to keep creating, to keep believing. "You think I can just stop? You think I could walk away from this?" "Sometimes walking away is the bravest thing you can do," Leo shot back, his voice raw, the pain spilling over. "Sometimes it's the only way to save yourself." A glance passed between them, a crack of understanding, but it shimmered like the silk itself, beautiful yet fragile, and ready to unravel. Maia's heart ached, torn between the need to create and the haunting fear that her art was a masquerade, a beautiful lie draped over a hollow truth. And then, like a ghost from the past, the door creaked open, revealing Lyre, her presence as striking as a flash of lightning. "Are you two still at it?" She laughed lightly, but her smile felt like a mask, concealing the deeper turmoil that bubbled just beneath the surface. She was a firecracker, bright and volatile, but there was an edge to her that hinted at a darkness she didn't reveal. "I'm just trying to save Maia from drowning in her own dreams," Leo replied, a sardonic smile on his lips, but his eyes betrayed the truth. He was afraid. Lyra's laughter faded, leaving an echo that felt like a distant memory. "Drowning? Or flying? Maybe it's a little of both." Her gaze flickered between them, searching for truth in the chaos. Maia's heart raced. "What do you think, Lyra? Is it worth it? To bleed for something that might never be seen?" Lyra stepped closer, the silk scarves catching the dim light, casting ethereal shadows across her face. "Art is a gamble, Maia. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But every thread you weave is a piece of you, your pain, your joy, your essence." Leo shifted uncomfortably, the weight of uncertainty pressing down like a leaden blanket. "But at what cost? We can't keep pretending that everything is fine just because we have a pretty piece of silk in our hands." Before anyone could respond, the city outside roared, a siren wailing in the distance, and in that moment, it felt as if the world were crashing in around them. Maia's heart leaped, a raw, visceral response to the chaos, the noise, the life they were all desperately trying to capture and make sense of through art. "I remember," she began, her voice hushed, but the weight of the moment pressed down heavily as the siren's wail faded into the cacophony of the city's night. "I remember how we used to dream together, how everything felt so limitless." Lyra's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "And we still can. But we need to find a way through the shadows." The fabric lay before them, a tapestry woven from their intertwined lives, each scarf a piece of their souls, beautiful, tragic, and utterly alive. They stood on the precipice of decision, the scars of their dreams both binding and suffocating. In the chaos, time slipped through their fingers like the fine silk they cherished. Each heartbeat echoed with possibility, each breath heavy with unspoken words. The city beyond pulsed with life, and they remained locked in their individual battles, their collective art both a shield and a weapon against the shadows creeping in on them. And just like that, the moment hung, electric and raw, drawing them deeper into a confrontation that felt inevitable as the dawn. The silk scarves shimmered, a promise and a curse, a reminder that art, in all its haunting beauty, was both life and death, a tapestry of emotion endlessly woven, never finished, always reaching. I remember the sound of gunfire cutting through the night like a knife, jagged and sharp. It echoed in my bones, a haunting refrain of despair. The air thickened, heavy with smoke and the acrid stench of burning dreams. Shadows danced along the crumbling walls of what once was a vibrant neighborhood, now reduced to rubble and whispers. I stood there, heart racing, the pulse of the city thrumming in my ears, the world around me disintegrating with every second. There in the darkness, I saw Lena, a flicker of hope amid chaos, her eyes wide with fear, but fierce like the embers of a dying fire. "We can't stay here," she screamed, her voice tearing through the fog of confusion. I felt it then, the weight of her desperation, a tidal wave crashing against the shore of my own uncertainty. She was always the brave one, the dreamer, weaving plans and futures from threads of fragile hope. But now? Now, we were just two lost souls in a nightmare, searching for a thread to hold onto. And then there was Amir. I remember Amir's laughter, a sound that once rang like silver bells in the sun-drenched streets, now reduced to a mere memory. He was my brother, but war had twisted the very fabric of our bond. "Get her out," he shouted, the urgency in his voice slicing through the cacophony around us. "I'll hold them off." His face, once so full of warmth and mischief, hardened into a mask of resolve that sent chills down my spine. I knew what he meant, and it terrified me. Amir was flawed, like a shattered mirror reflecting all our scars. He never wanted this, none of us did. Yet, here we were, standing on the precipice of something monstrous, the ground beneath us trembling with the weight of decisions that would haunt us forever. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of fear mingling with determination. I clutched Lena's hand, feeling her pulse racing against my palm, the last tether to our shared humanity. Time twisted around us, each tick of the clock echoing like a gunshot. I remember a moment, just a breath before the world shattered. We stood there, caught in a loop of fleeting hope and impending doom. A siren wailed in the distance, a macabre lullaby, promising nothing but despair. "We must go!" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat like a wounded animal. But still, I hesitated, watching Amir, my heart splitting in two. The man I once called brother was now a ghost of his former self, a soldier battling demons both outside and within. "You can't die here," I pleaded, my voice cracking under the weight of my fear. The shadows of war loomed large behind him, threatening to swallow him whole. "I'll find you," he promised, though we both knew the truth sat heavy between us, a chasm filled with unspoken fears. I wanted to believe him, to trust that he would emerge unscathed from the jaws of violence. But I remembered too well the stories of those who didn't, who disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes of what could have been. Lena tugged at my sleeve, her face pale, panic etched into every line of her features. "We have to move, now," she urged, her voice a frantic whisper. I felt the fatigue in her grip, the sheer weight of helping me carry the burden of our shared fate. As I shifted, the world around us throbbed with life, chaotic and wild, a stark contrast to the suffocating silence that had enveloped us moments before. The first explosion shook the ground beneath our feet, a monstrous roar that shattered the air like glass. I stumbled, my heart leaping into my throat. The world cascaded into chaos, and all I could feel was the cold grip of fear tightening around my chest. "Amir!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the cacophony, lost in the swirling tempest of destruction. I remember the panic rising like bile, a desperate urge to flee, to escape the horror that threatened to consume us. Yet, in that moment of terror, I felt something else, the warmth of camaraderie, the unbreakable bond between us, forged in the fires of adversity. Lena's hand in mine anchored me, a lifeline pulling me back from the abyss. We stumbled through smoke and debris, weaving between shadows that whispered tales of loss. I could hear the cries of the wounded, the wail of sirens, the relentless march of destruction closing in around us. Each breath felt like a battle, a fight for survival in a world where hope flickered like a candle in the wind. Every corner we turned, every step we took, brought us closer to an uncertain future. I saw faces, strangers and friends alike, etched with the same fear, the same heartbreak that plagued my own heart. We were united, yet divided by an invisible thread of fate, pulled by unseen hands into the chaos. "Keep going," Lena urged, her voice a lifeline amid the madness. But I could feel the weight of Amir's absence like a leaden cloak draped over my shoulders. It gnawed at me, an insistent whisper that refused to fade. I wanted to turn back, to reach for him, to fight against the current of despair dragging us all under. But I couldn't. The atmosphere crackled with tension, as if the very air was alive, shivering with the ghosts of 1,000 fallen souls. I remember the sky turning a sickly shade of orange, the sun a distant memory swallowed by clouds of smoke. And in that moment, everything shifted. The ground beneath us trembled with the pulse of war, a haunting reminder that life could change in an instant. "Amir!" I screamed again, my voice cracking like shattered glass. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, clawing its way up my throat. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a relentless reminder of the love and fear entwined within me. I didn't know if I would see him again, if any of us would make it out alive. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, silence fell. The chaos faded, leaving us standing in the eye of a storm. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a caged animal desperate for escape. The world held its breath, the moment suspended in time. But the silence was a lie, a fleeting illusion. In that stillness, I felt the weight of our choices pressing down, heavy and unyielding. And as I turned to Lena, her eyes reflecting the flickering shadows of hope and despair, I knew this moment would haunt us forever. "Let's go," I whispered, feeling the tremor of our shared fear. We stepped forward, hand in hand, into the unknown, the world behind us unraveling, as we clung to the thin thread of life, tangled in the fabric of a war that threatened to consume us all. The clock ticked, a relentless metronome of anxiety in the dimly lit conference room. Shadows danced on the walls as the fluorescent lights flickered uncertainly, echoing the turmoil within. In that moment, Eleanor gripped the edge of the table, her knuckles white, her heart beat a thunderous drum in her chest. She was drowning in a sea of expectations, the weight of the world pressing down on her. This was not just a pitch, it was a reckoning. Across the table sat Martin, the marketing visionary, a man with dreams stitched into the seams of his tailored suit. His eyes were sharp, glinting with the fervor of ambition, yet behind that facade lay a restless spirit haunted by the ghosts of countless failed campaigns. The stakes were as high as the ceiling, and the air crackled with tension. "We need a brand that breathes," he urged, his voice rising almost to a plea. "Something that pulses with life, that people can't forget." Eleanor remembered the countless late nights spent perfecting strategies, the caffeine-fueled madness when they first launched a campaign that captivated hearts and minds. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the silence, "the way we felt when the world embraced our ideas." But now, that fire seemed extinguished, leaving only the embers of doubt flickering in her heart. The past loomed over them, a specter of dreams that had slipped through their fingers like grains of sand. Each moment in that room felt weighted with the unfulfilled promises of yesterday. Martin leaned closer, his eyes boring into her, searching for a spark, a flicker of hope. "It's not just about selling products," he insisted, "it's about creating a legacy. A story that transcends time." Outside, the city throbbed with life, a cacophony of shining billboards and neon lights, each one a siren's call to the unsuspecting masses. But within the walls of that room, it felt as if they were trapped in an echo chamber of their ambitions, each idea ricocheting off the walls, growing more distorted until it almost felt sinister. "Remember when we launched that campaign for Hawthorne Beverages?" Eleanor's voice cracked, her mind racing back to the thrill of that moment, when they positioned the drink not just as a beverage but as a symbol of freedom, a rebellion against the mundane. They had tapped into a collective yearning, and it had worked. They were drinking the dream we sold. Yet now, the dream felt like a distant memory, tantalizing and cruel. Martin's frustration was palpable. "We need something visceral, something that hits them in the gut." His passionate plea rang out, reverberating against the walls, and with it came a wave of longing, a desire for something more than just a product, something that would linger in the hearts and minds of consumers, something that would last. The shadows in the room stretched longer as the day turned to dusk. Eleanor's heart raced, the darkness outside seemed to press against the windows, eager to invade their sanctuary. What if, she hesitated, the words like fragile glass, we embrace the chaos? What if we make them feel something raw? Something primal? Her own suggestion startled her, it felt reckless. Yet deep inside, a fire ignited, a flicker of rebellion, a surge of creativity. Behind her eyes, visions of wild campaigns danced, chaotic yet beautiful. She could almost see the customers losing themselves in the thrill, crying, laughing, tasting the essence of life itself through a mere sip or a glance. Martin leaned back, a grin spreading across his face, igniting the hope that had dimmed in the shadows. "Yes. Let's brand it not as a product, but as an experience," he said, his voice rising with fervor, "something that weaves into the fabric of their lives." But even as the sparks ignited between them, a shadow crossed Eleanor's heart. What if they failed again? She could almost hear the whispers of doubt, the echoes of past failures clawing at her resolve. The ticking clock seemed to mock her, each tick a reminder that time was running out. Outside, the city pulsed with life, yet in this room, they were two souls battling against the impending storm of mediocrity. "I remember," she murmured again, as if the repetition could grant her strength, the thrill of breaking boundaries, of crafting a narrative that felt larger than life. The air thickened, charged with intensity. A vision flickered in her mind. What if they captured the essence of the hustle and bustle outside? The yearning of the human spirit, the restless search for meaning in a world drowned in consumerism. A brand that could transcend the product itself, a heartbeat in the lifeblood of the city. "Let's create a brand that dances with risk," she breathed, her heart racing. "Let it be bold, Let it be raw, let it be a reflection of both our triumphs and failures. Martin's eye sparkled with a wild light, the shadows no longer suffocating but instead dancing with possibility. Yes! A brand that resonates with the very essence of humanity. The words hung in the air, a fragile promise flaring up like a beacon in the night, illuminating the darkness surrounding them. The clock still ticked, but for now, time felt suspended, a fragile moment of clarity amidst the chaos, a fleeting breath before the plunge into the unknown. In the depths of that conference room, the walls began to resonate with their dreams. What was once a space of doubt transformed into a crucible of creation, each idea igniting another. They were standing on the precipice, staring into the abyss of possibility, hearts pounding, each tick of the clock urging them onward. And in that moment, they both knew this was only the beginning. The storm was still brewing outside, but together they would harness that chaos, weaving it into a tapestry of branding that pulsed with life, with emotion, with the raw, unfiltered truth of human desire. As the shadows deepened, they leaned closer, their dreams intertwining, ready to leap into the unknown. The relentless pursuit of something extraordinary awaited them on the other side. The clock ticked on, but time itself held no power in the face of their vision. In that small room, on the edge of a vast city, the legacy of their branding strategies had only just begun to unfold, an unending story still waiting to be told. The crowd roared like a creature unleashed, a wave of chaos and craving crashing against the polished walls of the venue. Cameras flashed like lightning in a storm, each click a heartbeat, each lens a hungry eye thirsting for truth and beauty. I stood there, frozen, my pulse echoing in my ears. In the center of it all was Maia, a shimmering apparition, her laughter cutting through the noise like a knife. She spun around the stage, the lights glinting off her designer dress, an emblem of aspiration, a beacon of unattainable perfection. But beneath that radiant exterior, shadows gathered, thick and choking. I remember how the air felt heavy, saturated with desperation. The crowd wasn't just watching, they were worshipping. It was intoxicating and terrifying. I was not a fan, I was an observer of the spectacle, the sheer absurdity of it all. Maia, the girl next door turned goddess, was a brand, a meticulously crafted image that promised a lifestyle drenched in glamour. Yet I could see the cracks beneath her smile, a fragile mask slipping under the weight of adoration. Then there was Jake, the brooding artist, standing in the back, his arms crossed, every bit an enigma wrapped in shadows. I felt the tension radiating off him, electric and pulsing, as if he were caught in a storm, torn between his disdain for the glittering facade and an undeniable yearning to be part of it. I remember how he looked at Maia, not with desire, but with a mix of envy and pity. He was haunted by his own demons, the specter of failure trailing behind him like a persistent shadow, whispering reminders of every opportunity lost. The lights dimmed. A hush fell over the audience as Maia stepped forward, her voice the softest of whispers, yet reverberating through the electric silence. "I owe everything to you," she said, her gaze sweeping across the sea of faces, pausing just long enough to catch my eye. My heart raced, a runaway train, crashing through the walls of my chest. I was just one among thousands, yet in that moment, I felt the weight of her words. A promise, a plea, a burden. But what did it cost her? What dreams lay buried beneath the glitzy surface? I remember the way the lights flickered, casting long shadows that danced on the walls, phantoms of desires unfulfilled. They weren't just there for her story, they wanted a piece of her soul, too. The pressure to maintain that image, to stay radiant while the world watched, was suffocating. I could almost hear the clock ticking in her mind, counting down the moments until she would be deemed irrelevant. In a world that thrived on the ephemeral, her worth was a fragile thing, teetering on the edge of a knife. Jake stepped forward, breaking the spell. "What about the real you?" he shouted, his voice slicing through the silence like a razor. Gasps echoed through the crowd, shockwaves of disbelief cascading like ripples in water. I could see Maia freeze, the smile faltering, her facade cracking just enough to reveal a flicker of vulnerability. The confrontation felt like a collision, a moment suspended in time where honesty and image battled for supremacy. "I am the real me," she shot back, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. I could see it in her eyes, the fear of being unmasked, of being stripped bare before a world that only wanted the polished, photoshopped version of herself. But Jake was relentless, driven by a raw fury that pulsed through him like blood in an open wound. No, Mia. This isn't you. This is a product. A brand built on the ashes of who you really are. The intensity in his voice sparked something in the air, a palpable tension, the kind that makes your skin prickle and your heart quicken. It was a reckoning that threatened to unravel everything. I felt the crowd shift, caught between admiration for the princess and sympathy for the tortured artist. The lines blurred, the uncomplicated joy of worship turned into a grotesque spectacle of vulnerability laid bare, raw, and exposed. I could hear whispers of dissent, a muttering of thoughts too dangerous to voice. Mia, show us the truth, they seemed to chant, though it was a desperate plea rather than a command. In that swirling maelstrom of emotions, I felt adrift, a single leaf caught in a tempest. This was no longer just a performance, it was a massacre, where the stakes were her identity and our illusions. I remember looking into Mia's eyes, a universe of conflict contained within their depths. She was a dreamer, held captive by silver chains of expectation, yet longing to escape the gilded cage. The silence that followed was deafening. Time stretched, elongating into a moment that felt infinite, teetering on the edge of chaos. I saw Mia take a breath, deep and trembling, as if she were preparing to leap into an abyss. "I've lost myself," she whispered, and the confession hung in the air, heavy with truth. Every heart in that room seemed to ache with her, a collective, aching weep for a spirit trapped in a masquerade. Jake stepped closer, his expression softening, the anger melting away to reveal something deeper, almost tender. "Then let's find you again," he urged, his voice now a gentle caress. The world around us faded to an indistinct blur, the noise of the crowd reduced to a distant hum. It was just Mia and Jake, two souls standing on the precipice of vulnerability, seeking refuge in the wreckage of their dreams. And then, just like that, the moment shattered. The crowd erupted into applause, oblivious to the raw truth that had been laid bare before them. They clapped for what they wanted to see, not for what they had just witnessed. As I stood frozen, part of me wanted to join them, to scream out in support, to hold Mia's hand and pull her from the darkness. But I remained still, a witness to the illusion, knowing that this performance would continue, the show must go on. In the swirling shadows of celebrity endorsements, the lines between reality and image blurred, leaving scars that ran deeper than anyone cared to acknowledge. Mia would continue to stand atop her pedestal, a shimmering icon of a lifestyle, while Jake would wrestle with his own demons, caught between admiration and despair. And as the lights dimmed once more, I felt an ancient truth wash over me. The price of fame was steep, and in this game of masks, the real selves often got left behind. The story continued, a loop of desire and despair, a dance of shadows wading in the depths of human experience. The night stretched into infinity, and I could only wonder, where do our identities go when they are no longer our own? The clock struck midnight, its sharp chime slicing through the heavy air of the speakeasy like a knife, a haunting reminder that the night was still young while the world outside lay shrouded in chaos. I remember the way the shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the memories of lost souls, the echoes of laughter mingling with the clinking of glasses, a bittersweet symphony of joy and despair. In that moment, I was trapped, suspended between the glimmering lights above and the darkness lurking below, the weight of the 1920s pressing down like a leaden shroud. "Marie, for God's sake! Just one more drink." Jack's voice cut through the noise, laced with desperation. His eyes were wild, teetering on the edge of exhilaration and oblivion, like the city itself, vibrant yet perilous. He was my brother, my anchor in this sea of change, but tonight, he felt more like a ghost. I could see the grit of his resolve wavering, the way hope fluttered in his chest like a moth drawn to the flame, ready to burn out. "Jack, you're losing it!" I shouted over the cacophony, but his gaze lingered on the whiskey bottle, entranced by its promise of forgetting. I wanted to pull him away, to save him from himself, but the truth is, I was just as lost, my own desires pulling me deeper into this intoxicating whirlpool. I remember staring at the glimmer of his glass, the way it caught the light like a diamond lost in a mire of desperation. The music swelled, a jazzy lullaby that wrapped around us like a lover's embrace, promising freedom yet binding us in chains, chains of expectation, chains of the past. I remember the way the saxophone wailed, a cry that resonated with every fiber of my being, echoing the unrest that pulsed through the city streets, where the shadows of the prohibition loomed like phantoms. I could feel the energy vibrating beneath my skin, a raw, electric current that dared us to seize the night. But the night was not without its demons. I caught a glimpse of Evelyn, the girl who danced like she was made of smoke, her laughter ringing like shattered glass. She twirled and spun, leaving a trail of hearts broken yet hopeful in her wake. I could see the flicker of her ambition behind those striking eyes. She wanted to be someone, to escape the confines of this city that threatened to swallow us whole. Yet, as she caught my gaze, I saw the flicker of fear, a recognition of the price we had to pay for our dreams. "Marie, don't let him drag you down." Evelyn's words pierced through the haze of noise and longing, echoing the doubts I tried to bury. But Jack was family. He was my blood, my pain, my love. "You can't save him from himself," she hissed. Her voice trembled, and in that moment, I wasn't sure if it was for me or for her. Our fates were intertwined, shaped by the very same desire to escape the ordinary. I watched as Evelyn's fingers wrapped around the neck of her champagne flute, a tight grip that spoke of her inner turmoil. I remember the way her smile faltered, just for a moment, revealing a vulnerability that belied her poised exterior. In the blink of an eye, I saw the girl she was, fragile yet fierce, the embodiment of every woman of this era who danced on the edge of change. "Dance with me," I called out, trying to drown the encroaching shadows, to breathe life into the fading light. We twirled, our bodies moving in sync, and for just a heartbeat, I was lost in the rhythm, forgetting the heavy burden of reality. But with every spin, I felt the tightening grip of fear in my chest, the fear of losing Jack, the fear of losing ourselves in the intoxicating promise of tomorrow. As the music crescendoed, so did the tension. Jack stumbled, his laughter turning to a choked gasp. He swayed, and in that moment, I felt the world tilt beneath me. I was torn, desperate to reach for him yet anchored in place by the weight of my own choices. "Jack!" The words slipped from my lips like a prayer, raw and desperate. And then, the moment fractured. The door flew open, a gust of cold wind slicing through the warmth of our little sanctuary, and a group of men dressed in dark suits stepped inside, their presence as foreboding as a storm cloud. Their eyes glinted with something sinister, their very essence a reminder that the outside world was not as rosy as the fleeting happiness we clung to inside the speakeasy. My heart raced. I recognized that glint, a haunt from the past, a reminder of the illicit deals made under the cover of darkness. "Time to pay your debts," one of them snarled, his voice deep and gravelly, shattering the illusion of safety. The laughter faded, replaced by a suffocating silence, the air thick with dread. I could see Jack's resolve crumbling, the haze of whiskey evaporating as fear clawed at his throat. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, drowning out the music, drowning out everything else, until there was only the weight of my choices hovering above us, heavy and oppressive. The world outside continued to spin, the city throbbing with life, while here, in this moment, we stood on the edge of catastrophe. I wanted to scream, to fight, to claw my way back to the surface, but the truth was there, lurking, whispering in my ear, this was the price of our freedom. And I remembered, dreams do not come without sacrifice. In the shadows of our desires, we were all ghosts, haunting ourselves with what could have been. As I locked eyes with Jack, I saw the flicker of hope and despair entwined, a reflection of the conflict that raged within us all. We were alive and lost, soaring and crashing, a generation on the brink, desperately trying to embrace modernity while clinging to the remnants of a world that was slipping through our fingers. In that fleeting moment, while the world outside roared and the clock ticked relentlessly, I felt the pulse of the 1920s envelop us. The air crackled with possibility and peril, a reminder that we were both the architects and the prisoners of our own making, standing at the precipice of an uncertain future. The clock on the wall ticked with a relentless precision, each second a drumbeat in the silence that cloaked the dimly lit room. Shadows danced on the walls, teasing the edges of reality, whispering secrets only the darkness understood. I stood there, heart hammering, the air thick with the scent of old paper and something fouler, fear. Regret? I couldn't tell. The room was cluttered with forgotten relics, remnants of lives that had passed through like shadows, just as I was now. Against the backdrop of this chaos, my eyes fell on the fragile symbol resting on the desk, a logo, a crumpled piece of paper, an emblem of everything I'd lost. The weight of it crushed down on me. It was more than ink and design. It was a promise turned to ash. I remember the moment it all fell apart. I remember her, wild-eyed and fervent, her passion igniting a fire in my own soul. Clara had always been an artist, not just in the way she wielded a brush, but in the way she saw the world. To her, every symbol had a story, every logo a heartbeat. Look, she'd say, pointing at the simplest of things, a crumpled leaf, a faded sign. It's all connected, you see. But then came the night that shattered our tapestry of dreams, pulling threads from the fabric and leaving frayed edges in its wake. The sirens had blared, a cacophony that sliced through the calm like a blade. I remember Clara's face, painted with fear, a canvas of confusion. "They're coming," she'd whispered, her voice trembling, and I could see the shadow of something dark closing in. It was a shadow that had been lurking in the corners of our city, a silent predator, gnashing its teeth at the beauty we had tried to create. I remember running through the streets, the lights casting a surreal glow, the world morphing into something grotesque. Faces blurred past me, each one an echo of despair, a reflection of our shared anxiety. Symbols flashed before my eyes, brands and logos, icons of our civilization, once hailed as mighty, now turned into fragments of panic. A shattered glass bottle rolled silently, a logo I'd once admired now a shard of broken dreams. And then there was David, my brother. He stood at the edge of the chaos, the anchor in my storm. But even he had his own demons, the weight of expectation, the burden of legacy. "You have to understand," he had said, eyes dark with intensity. "These symbols, these logos, they are not just marks. They are power. They define us. But power can corrupt, and in that moment, I saw the truth. The very symbols that connected us were also chains that bound us." I remember the way David's hands trembled as he drew the logo in the air, creating an invisible web that ensnared our fears. "If we can harness it, we might just stand a chance," he said, hope hanging by a thread. But hope is a fickle thing, easily shattered by the harsh realities of life. The night spiraled into chaos, a whirlwind of fear and fury. I watched as Clara stood defiantly, her arms stretched wide, willing the world to listen. "These symbols are us. They tell our story," she screamed, her voice cracking, raw and wild. In that moment, I saw her brilliance, her madness, a perfect storm. But even storms can calm, and when they do, they leave devastation in their wake. The shadows loomed larger, and I could almost feel their breath on my neck. They were more than just darkness, they were the remnants of dreams lost, of ideas buried. I wanted to scream, to claw my way back to the light, but I was trapped in a cycle of despair. "Clara, we need to go," I shouted, but she remained, her eyes locked onto the symbol in the distance, a beacon of hope against the encroaching despair. Time twisted, stretching out as I fought to hold on, to save her from the abyss that called to her. I remember the sharp sound of glass breaking, the chaos erupting around us, and the moment the logos, those once simple representations of our lives, transformed into something sinister, monsters, shadows that mocked us. The confrontation was inevitable. The air crackled with electricity, a tension that threatened to snap. I felt the weight of every decision, every moment that led us here, suffocating me. Clara and David stood poised, shadows of their former selves, caught in a dance of ideals and desperation. "You're losing yourself in this." I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat, trapped like the ghosts of our past. "Symbols can save us," Clara yelled, her hand slicing through the air, the fervor in her voice both intoxicating and terrifying. But I saw the cracks forming beneath her resolve, the fragility of her belief. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, of something burning, our dreams, our hopes, our very existence reduced to ash. I remember the moment the shadows whispered their final words, wrapping around us like a funeral shroud. They fed on our desires, our ideals, twisting them into grotesque forms. The logos of our lives became the chains that bound us, shackling us to a fate we never chose. In that instant of chaos, heartbeats clashed like thunder, the rhythm of our lives spiraling out of control. I saw the truth in David's eyes then, the flicker of despair mingling with fear. "We have to break free," he said, his voice a whisper, barely audible over the cacophony. I knew then that we were at a crossroads, each choice a fork leading us deeper into the labyrinth of our souls. And as I stood there, amid the wreckage of our lives, the symbols around us morphed into something unrecognizable, reminders of our struggles, our hopes, and our fears. The clock's relentless ticking echoed in my ears, a reminder that time wouldn't wait. Each second was a heartbeat, pulling us closer to an uncertain fate. But still, we stood, paralyzed, electrified, trapped within the labyrinth of symbols and logos, a haunting dance of shadows that would never truly end. The clock ticks, a hollow sound in the cavernous silence of the dimly lit workshop. Leather scraps lie scattered like forgotten dreams, the air thick with the scent of aged hides. A woman stands there, Juliet, her hands trembling, fingers stained with indelible ink. The logo, the emblem that once brought her pride, now feels like a brand of shame. How did it come to this? She glances at the mirror, where her reflection stares back, haunted. The corners of her mouth twist downward, a ghost of a smile, as if mocking her desperation. I remember the first time I saw it, she whispers, as if speaking to the shadows. That horse and carriage. It was elegance incarnate. But now it's just a weight. Across the room, Paul watches her. His heart beats wildly, an erratic rhythm echoing the tension in the air. He is the artist, the creator, and yet, he feels like a thief, stealing her light while he searches for his own. The logo was a vision, a spark of brilliance that ignited his soul, but what good is brilliance in the dark? His head spins with the memories of late-night sketching, the fervor in every line, but all he remembers now is the chill of disappointment that creeps in like a thief in the night. A fleeting glance, a moment of connection, then they turn away. Silence, thick and suffocating. Juliet picks up a piece of leather. It's soft, warm, a reminder of what used to be. "We can't keep going like this," she says, voice quaking. "The world demands more than what we've created." Her breath hitches, and the weight of her words lingers in the air like smoke from a dying flame. Paul takes a step closer, but the distance between them feels like a chasm. "What if it's not the logo that needs changing?" he replies, a challenge laced within his tone, sharp as a knife's edge. "What if it's us?" The question hangs, potent, electric, charging the air with potential. What if their own flaws were etched into the very fabric of their creation? Each heartbeat echoes, throbbing with the ghosts of their past. Memories flash like shooting stars, colorful, fleeting. They remember the day the logo first burst forth with life, the thrill of its birth. They were young, untouched by cynicism. "You were my muse," Paul confesses, the words spilling out, raw and unfiltered. "Without you, the logo is just a symbol. It needs your spirit." Spirit? Juliet scoffs, a hint of laughter laced with despair. What spirit survives in a world that has forgotten how to dream? She closes her eyes, visions of grandeur playing like a movie against her eyelids. The logo, the horse and carriage, once a beacon of aspiration, now feels more like a noose, tightening, squeezing, suffocating. Time stretches, warps. It folds in on itself, creating a landscape where dreams and nightmares collide. Shadows flicker on the walls, and the space feels electric, alive with tension. Both of them stand at the precipice of something monumental, and the universe holds its breath. Where did we go wrong? Paul's voice breaks through the stillness, heavy with anguish. I remember the laughter, the late nights, our unstoppable passion. What happened to the spark? The joy? He turns, pacing restlessly. I can't let it die. Not like this. Juliet watches him, her heart racing. She remembers how they poured themselves into their work, how they fought for each stroke of brilliance, how they believed in the beauty of their creation. But belief is a fragile thing, isn't it? It can shatter like glass, leaving shards that cut deep. We can't go back, Paul. We can't pretend. For a moment, the air thickens, saturated with longing, regret, and a wish for redemption. The logo, once a symbol of their unity, now a reminder of their divide, hangs between them like a spectre. What if we turned it inside out? Paul's voice trembles, an idea igniting within. What if we reinvented it? We could reinvent. Juliet's voice softens, a spark of intrigue alighting in her eyes. But how? Paul steps closer, the gap narrowing between them. What if it reflected us? Our struggles, our flaws, our essence. Her breath catches. The thought is wild, chaotic, like a whirlwind of emotion swirling around them, fierce and unrelenting. She imagines a logo that doesn't hide their imperfections but rather embraces them. A haunting beauty in the rawness of creation, a testament to their journey. But what if it fails, she whispers, vulnerability breaking through her tough exterior. Then we fail together, he asserts, taking her hands in his, grounding them. But what if it transforms us? What if it becomes something extraordinary? Something that carries our story. The clock ticks again, a reminder of fleeting time, yet it feels different now, each tick a heartbeat of hope. Shadows morph, dance around them, a ballet of uncertainty and possibility. The workshop breathes, alive with the weight of their decisions. Juliet looks at their shared past, their struggles, their dreams. She sees the essence of what they once represented, raw and unfiltered, and a flicker of determination ignites within her. All right, she breathes, her voice steady now, let's do it. Let's pour ourselves into it one last time. In that moment, everything hangs in the balance, their fears, their dreams, their very futures. They stand on the threshold of a new beginning, ready to confront the echoes of their past and embrace the haunting beauty of rebirth. And as they begin to sketch, the air crackles with energy, tension, and a sense of impending destiny. The logo, once a mere symbol, now threatens to become a living testament, a reflection of their struggles and triumphs, a narrative woven from the fabric of their souls. The shadows whisper, and the clock ticks on, relentless, as time weaves its intricate tapestry around them. Together, they step into the light, ready to redefine everything, even as the darkness looms, waiting to reveal its true nature. And so, the story unfolds, an endless cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth, drawing them deeper into the heart of their struggle, where the past and future collide, and history is rewritten one stroke at a time. The clock ticks, its relentless rhythm cutting through the muted whispers of a room bathed in shadows. A flickering candle casts silhouettes on the walls, where the portraits of women linger, their gazes intense, their lips sealed. I stand there, heart pounding, as the tension coils tighter and tighter. It's a night like no other, a night that binds the past and present, where the ghosts of Hermes' history stir restlessly, aching to speak. I remember the muffled sobs of a woman, echoing like thunder in the still air, the sound reverberating deep within my bones. Clara, a seamstress, her fingers trembling over a length of fine silk, embodies the relentless spirit of those who came before her. I see her, eyes glistening with unspilled tears, as she stitches a scarf that whispers stories of elegance and privilege, yet is tinged with her own quiet desperation. Each needle prick is a reminder of her mother's dreams, shattered by the weight of expectations, and her own yearning to create something beautiful in a world that often silenced her. I remember the way she fought back anger, channeled it into art, each thread an act of defiance. Then there's Margot, the businesswoman, a figure cloaked in ambition yet shadowed by self-doubt. She enters the room, heels striking the wooden floor like gunshots, a stark contrast to the muted despair that fills the air. Her breath comes in quick bursts, a testament to the battle waging within her, a fight between loyalty to her family legacy and her desire for independence. She holds a ledger in one hand, the ink fresh, the figures dancing dangerously close to failure. I can almost taste the bitterness of her fears, the stifling weight of expectations pressing down on her shoulders. The world has changed, she mutters under her breath, as if attempting to convince herself. But has it really? I feel the question hang heavy in the air, a spectre rising from the ashes of tradition. The shadows of doubt creep in, settling around her like a shroud. Together, Clara and Margot are a tapestry woven from threads of struggle and resilience. They move through the remnants of a storied past, their lives intertwined like the delicate chains of a timeless handbag. I remember the flickers of hope in Clara's eyes as she admires the craftsmanship of a piece, the way it embodies her spirit, yet reminds her of her shackles. And Mogo, standing in boardrooms surrounded by men who see her as a novelty, a rare bird in a gilded cage, the way her heart races with the fear of being unheard, of her brilliance fading into the background. The candle burns low, its light dancing wildly, casting shadows that whisper secrets of the women who built this empire with their blood, sweat, and unshed tears. I can hear their laughter. Oh, how it echoes! It fills the air like a haunting melody, a reminder of the joy that is often mingled with sorrow. Their hands crafted not just luxury, but legacies. The legacy of those who stitched their dreams into leather, who poured their souls into every product, only to remain in the shadows, forever unrecognized. Clara, Mogo calls, her voice cutting through the thick tension. Do you ever think about what we could achieve if we weren't so afraid? The question hangs, quivering, a raw nerve exposed. Clara looks up, her hand still frozen over the fabric, as if the answer lies there, woven into the very fibers. I think about it all the time, she replies, her voice barely a whisper, thick with the weight of unfulfilled potential. But fear is a relentless companion, isn't it? I see it in her eyes, a flicker of rebellion igniting like a small flame. Everything feels electric, as if the air itself is charged with the unexpressed desires of all the women who have ever touched the leather, who have ever longed for more than society allowed. I remember the stories woven into every seam, the unyielding spirit of women who were both muses and creators, yet often invisible. Then it happens, a moment of collision. Mogo's frustration boils over, a fierce fire igniting within her. No more. No more hiding, Clara. We have to fight for our place, for recognition. Her words pierce the silence, shaking the very foundations of their world. Clara's eyes widen, shock mingling with a burgeoning sense of power. The shadows tremble as if acknowledging this newfound resolve. I remember the surge of energy, the way it coursed through the room, once stifled, now alive. The clock ticks louder, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of their unvoiced dreams. The weight of history presses down, yet here, in this moment, something shifts. The candle flickers once more, and I see Clara rising, determination etched in every feature. Let's create together, she breathes, her voice steady, unyielding. Not just for ourselves, but for those women who came before us, for those who will follow. It's a soft declaration, yet it reverberates like a battle cry. Mogo nods, the fire in her eyes burning bright as she looks out into the darkness, a world waiting to be claimed. We are the legacy, she whispers, the words laced with a fierce belief. No more shadows. No more silence. The shadows shift, and I feel the weight lift, the air crackling with potential. I remember the moment stretching, expanding, two women standing on the precipice of change, hearts racing as they grasp the thread of their own narratives. The past, present, and future collide in that space, a universe of possibility unfurling before them. And as they take that first step into the light, I feel the warmth of hope washing over me, a promise that echoes through eternity. The clock ticks on, the candle flickers low, but their story is only beginning. Shadows whisper, and a new dawn awaits. There's no end here, only the promise of transformation, the whispers of countless women rising, their voices merging into a symphony of strength, resilience, and an indomitable spirit. The clock struck midnight, the sound reverberating like the toll of a funeral bell. The room was dimly lit, shadows danced across the walls like phantoms from a forgotten past. I stood in the heart of our family's workshop, the air thick with the scent of oil and sawdust, memories carved into the very wood that surrounded me. I could hear my father's voice echoing in my mind, tradition is the soul of our craft. But tonight, that soul felt like a ghost, drifting away, leaving only a hollow ache behind. I remember the day we first tasted success, the intoxicating sweetness of recognition. I remember the laughter, the clinking of glasses, the way my mother's eyes sparkled with pride. But success comes with a price, doesn't it? The weight of expectations, the gnawing fear of failure, a spectre that haunts every corner of my heart. What was once a sanctuary of familial bonds and shared dreams was now a battleground, a heart-rending conflict between love and ambition. Claire, my sister, stood across the room, her silhouette barely visible in the dim light. I could sense her struggle, the conflict etched into her brow, her fingers nervously toying with the edge of the workbench. She wanted to honor our father's legacy, but the world demanded something else, a brand, a market, global reach. Dreams had transformed from whispers of hope to a cacophony of demands. We were no longer just siblings, we were rival CEOs with everything on the line, and she felt it too, this gnawing, relentless pressure. I remember her words, hushed, like a secret that had slipped from her lips. What if we lose everything? There it was, the specter of doubt that crept in, gnawing at our resolve. The fear that clung to our shoulders, heavy as a shroud, whispered promises of ruin. My heart quickened, a frantic drumbeat echoing in the silence. We had built something beautiful, but the world outside our walls was unforgiving, a tide that threatened to pull us under unless we transformed, evolved. "Claire," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "what if we took a risk? What if we—" The words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting us to a future we could barely grasp. But she shook her head, her eyes filled with a storm of emotions, fear, loyalty, and the relentless ache of familial duty. "What if we fail? What if it all turns to dust?" Her words pierced through me, each syllable a shard of glass cutting deep into my resolve. I remember the night my father caught us arguing, the tension thick enough to slice. He stood there, a towering figure of authority, his face a mask of disappointment. "You think this is easy?" His voice thundered, shaking the very foundation of our dreams. "This is not just a business, it's our blood, our sweat, our legacy." In that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders, the love and pain intertwined in ways I couldn't begin to understand. But could love build a global brand? Could nostalgia compete with the cold steel of capitalism? Claire's eyes bore into me, searching for answers that eluded us both. I could feel my heart racing, the clock ticking louder, each second a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers. I wanted to scream, to pour out the fear and frustration bubbling within me, but instead, I turned to the window, the city outside alive with possibilities. Neon lights flickered like stars, illuminating the chaos of ambition and dreams. People moved below, a sea of faces, each lost in their own narratives, their own struggles. I wanted to reach out, to grasp their stories and weave them into our own. But how? How do you take something so intimate and make it universal? The thought sent shivers down my spine, a cold realization that haunted my waking hours. "Maybe we don't have to choose," I said, the words tumbling out before I could catch them. "What if we let the world in? What if we shared our craft, our story, our heart?" Claire's eyes widened, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of her uncertainty. "You mean, we could create something bigger?" Her voice trembled, filled with the weight of both fear and excitement. But the truth lurked in the shadows, a gnawing presence that refused to let go. The world outside was brutal, a ruthless arena where only the strongest survived. I could already hear the whispers, the naysayers, the critics, the voices that would dissect our dreams, tear them apart piece by piece. And then came the day of reckoning, a moment carved into my memory like a scar. We stood before investors, faces adorned with forced smiles, hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of our dreams. The pressure was suffocating, a vice around my chest. Claire spoke first, her voice trembling but resolute, and I watched as she transformed before my eyes, a warrior stepping into the fray. She bared our souls, our struggles, and the beauty of our family's legacy, but still, I sensed the doubts lingering behind the eyes of our audience, a hunger for numbers, for graphs, for shiny projections. When it was my turn to speak, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, an unbearable miracle of existence. I wanted to scream, to shout that we were more than a business. But as I looked into the faces of the investors, I saw only a reflection of their ambitions, their greed, their desire to mold us into what they wanted, rather than what we were meant to be. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing through the thick silence. Could we withstand this storm? The tension thickened, the air crackling with unspoken words and hidden fears, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes. I glanced at Claire, and in that fleeting moment, the world around us faded. There was only us, the flickering candle of our shared dreams illuminating the darkness. "Together, we can transform," I finally said, conviction pouring from my soul. Together, we can breathe life into our dreams. We will not be just another brand, we will be a legacy. But the question lingered, a ghost refusing to vanish. Could love, in all its flawed glory, truly prevail against the tides of ambition? As our words hung in the air, I realized our story was only beginning, a fragile thread woven into a much larger tapestry. And outside, the city pulsed, alive and indifferent, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for our next move, our next choice in this tumultuous dance between family and ambition. The air crackled with tension, thick and oppressive, as the heavy velvet curtains parted, revealing the stage. The audience held its breath, their collective heartbeat pulsing like a war drum, throbbing with anticipation, fear, and a glimmer of hope. In that moment, the world outside faded, leaving only the flickering shadows and the haunting silence. Across the dimly lit stage stood Leonard, an artistic director whose very presence commanded attention. His eyes, two swirling pools of ambition and dread, scanned the room. Each flicker of his gaze sent ripples of electricity through the crowd, a silent conversation echoing between artist and audience. They knew the stakes, they felt the weight of destiny on his shoulders, the burden of creation. But amidst the fervor, Leonard's mind was a battlefield, littered with doubts and insecurities. What if this performance, the culmination of his dreams, fell flat? What if the ghosts of his past, the haunting failures, rose again to drag him down? In the wings stood Maia, the lead actress, wrapping her arms around herself. She was a tempest of emotions, fear wrestling with a desperate longing for approval. The lights were unforgiving, exposing every flaw, every crack in her carefully constructed facade. She remembered the bitter sting of criticism, the way it had cut into her soul like a dagger. "I'll show them," she whispered to the shadows around her, but the words felt hollow, echoing back with a mockery that left her trembling. What if tonight was the night she would shatter, crumble under the weight of their expectations? Then there was Josiah, the set designer, a creative genius whose imagination threatened to spill out of him like a torrent. His mind was a kaleidoscope of ideas, but each burst of inspiration was tainted with self-doubt. He recalled the countless nights spent in solitude, sketching visions of grandeur that had never materialized. "It's just a show," he muttered to himself, but the lie burned on his tongue. It meant everything. It meant being seen, being heard, being acknowledged in a world that often overlooked the quiet dreamers. As the lights dimmed and the spotlight ignited, illuminating the tangled emotions of the performers, Leonard took a deep breath. The audience leaned in closer, entranced. Every heartbeat echoed like the ticking of a clock, counting down to the inevitable climax. Would they rise, or would they fall? Each moment dragged, weighed down by expectation. The stress was palpable, wrapping around their throats like a noose. Every character on that stage was a reflection of Leonard's own fears. He had poured his soul into this production, but what if it was all just smoke and mirrors? The critics were sharpening their pencils, ready to tear into him like ravenous wolves. He could see their faces in the dark, masks of indifference and scorn. It was the ghost of failure that haunted him, an old friend who whispered of inadequacy. "They will see through you," it taunted, and for a flicker of a moment, Leonard faltered. But then, Maia stepped out into the spotlight, a beacon of vulnerability and strength. The audience gasped, and for a second, time stood still. Her voice, trembling yet powerful, filled the theater, weaving a magic that only she could conjure. "I remember," she began, and each word dripped with raw emotion, cascading through the air like rain on parched earth. She spoke of loss, of longing, of the relentless pursuit of dreams. In that moment, she drew them in, wrapped them around her like a warm embrace. Leonard felt his heart swell, a pang of recognition as he listened to her story. It was his story too, the dreams and disappointments that stitched them together. He was no longer just a director, he was a conduit of collective emotion, a vessel carrying the weight of every tear shed and every laugh shared. As Maia poured her heart out, the echo of Josiah's creativity flickered in the backdrop. His set transformed into a living entity, the colors bleeding into one another, a riot of emotion splashed across the stage. It was chaotic and beautiful, echoing the tumult within him. "If I fail," he thought, "then let it be in a blaze of glory." His hands trembled with excitement and fear as he watched the magic unfold, a delicate balance of wonder and despair. But as the performance reached its crescendo, the whispers of doubt returned, clawing at Leonard's resolve. What if this isn't enough? It was an insidious thought, curling around his heart, squeezing until he could barely breathe. He watched as Maia faltered, a quiver in her voice that threatened to shatter the spell they had woven. The audience held its breath, a collective gasp resonating in the silence. "I remember," she repeated, digging deeper, her vulnerability a lifeline. There was something raw and visceral about her fear, something profoundly human that made the audience lean forward, because they too stood on the precipice of failure, teetering on the edge of their own dreams. Leonard felt it, a pulse of connection coursing through the air. In that moment, the boundaries of the stage blurred. No longer actors and audience, they became one, a mosaic of souls sharing a singular heartbeat. The darkness that loomed overhead felt lighter, the weight of expectations lessened by the shared vulnerability that wrapped around them like an embrace. Time stretched, spiraling like a galaxy in the vastness of the cosmos. Leonard, Maia, and Josiah danced on the edge of creation, each breath a prayer, every heartbeat a testament to their struggle. The floodgates opened, and the emotions poured forth: joy, sorrow, hope, despair. They were on the brink of something breathtaking and terrifying, the kind of beauty that could only emerge from the chaos of their hearts. But as the climax approached, shadows crept back, a reminder of the specters that lingered in their minds. Leonard's gaze caught Maia's, a fleeting moment of understanding passing between them. Her eyes held a mirror to his soul, reflecting not only the weight of their burdens but the beauty of their shared resilience. In that charged silence, the world outside ceased to exist. The performance, a fragile thread woven from their fears and dreams, was just the beginning. The story didn't end here, it was merely a prologue to the confrontation that loomed just beyond the horizon. With each heartbeat, each breath, the stage transformed into a battleground of emotion and creation, a testament to the transformative power of art, the relentless pull of destiny, and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to dream. And just as the curtain hovered on the brink of falling, the air electric with possibility, the scene shifted, a seamless transition into the next chapter, leaving echoes of longing and anticipation hanging in the air like a haunting melody. The clock ticked, its sound echoing like a war drum in the spacious conference room, each second slicing through the thick tension hanging in the air. I could feel the weight of anticipation, a palpable force suffocating the breath from my lungs. Outside, the city throbbed with life, but here, within these sterile walls, shadows danced, whispering secrets of impending failure. People were betting their lives on this, success or ruin, each heartbeat a wager. I remember the first time I set foot in this city, the vibrant chaos of the market pulling me in like a moth to a flame. The scent of spices mingled with diesel fumes, and the laughter of children echoed like distant music. I remember the way it felt, alive, electric, terrifying. But now, all I felt was the frantic pulse of fear. Across the table sat Elena, her eyes wide, betraying the calm facade she desperately tried to maintain. This was her brainchild, a project that had consumed her nights and stolen her dreams. I could see the flicker of doubt in her gaze, the dreams she had built were crumbling before her, her plans now a fragile house of cards teetering on the brink of collapse. She was a force of nature, unyielding, but tonight, she was scared. I could taste it, bitter and acrid, like burnt coffee. "Do you think they'll accept us?" Her voice trembled, each word a fragile thread woven into the fabric of our shared hope. I wanted to lie, to tell her that we were invincible, but the truth hung heavy in my throat. I remember my own fear, the fear of failure, of disappointing the people who believed in us. But even more haunting was the fear of success. What if we won? What if we shattered the glass ceiling, only to find ourselves trapped in a gilded cage? The shadows in the room shifted, and I could almost hear them laughing, mocking our ambitions. The projector whirred to life, casting a cold blue light across the table. Images flickered, charts, graphs, projections. Numbers danced like ghosts, taunting us with their promises and threats. Elena leaned forward, her fingers digging into the polished surface, as if grounding herself against the chaos swirling in her mind. "This is our chance," she whispered, but the optimism was a fragile mask, crumbling with every tick of the clock. And then, there was Raj. Always the dreamer, he had this way of lighting up a room with his infectious laughter. But tonight, his laughter was absent, replaced by a brooding silence that filled the gaps Elena and I left behind. I watched him, the way his fingers traced the outline of a coffee cup, lost in thought. He had come into this venture with fire in his heart, a willingness to chase the impossible. But now, that fire looked like it was drowning, suffocated by the weight of reality. "Raj," I said softly, pulling his gaze from the depths of his own despair. "This is just a meeting. We faced worse." I wanted my words to be a lifeline, but the truth was a bitter pill. We had played our hand, and the stakes were higher than ever. His eyes flickered, shadows of uncertainty dancing across his features. "What if they don't see the value? What if they think we're just another foreign intrusion?" His voice was barely a whisper, laden with the weight of countless dreams dashed against the rocks of skepticism. I remember the moment clarity struck me, like a thunderclap against a stormy sky. "We're not just entering a market," I said. "We're entering lives. We're not just selling products, we're offering hope." The conviction in my voice surprised me, rising like a phoenix from the ashes of doubt. But even as I spoke, I felt the specter of failure looming, a dark cloud pressing down, threatening to snuff out the fragile flame of belief. The meeting dragged on, numbers swirling in a storm of anxiety. Each presentation slide felt like a countdown to Judgment Day. Elena's fingers twitched, a nervous dance against her sleeve. I glanced at her, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the girl who had first dared to dream. The girl who would not back down. And then it happened. A sudden crash of the door, like thunder rolling across a darkened sky. The room froze. A figure silhouetted against the bright hallway light stepped in, a stark contrast to the muted tones of our sanctuary. It was the CEO from our partner firm, a titan of industry, known for his ruthless demeanor. The air thickened, the silence deafening. "What's this?" he boomed, his voice sharp, cutting through the tension like a knife. The weight of his gaze pinned us in place. He was a predator, and we were the prey. I could feel my heart racing, a wild drumbeat echoing in my ears. Elena straightened, pulling herself up, channeling every ounce of resolve she had left. "We're ready to showcase our proposal," she said, her voice trembling yet fierce, a candle flickering against the wind. The CEO raised an eyebrow, an imperious smile playing on his lips. "Ready? I've seen stronger presentations from my intern." His words were a slap, each syllable a nail in our coffin. Raj tensed beside me, and I grasped his arm, a silent plea for calm. But inside, I felt the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer, whispering fears I had fought so hard to silence. And then, as if the universe conspired to shift the tides, Elena launched into our pitch. Her voice grew in conviction, flowing like a river unchained. She spoke of dreams, of connections, of a vision that transcended borders. Every word wrapped around us, a protective shield against the darkness looming outside. But I could feel the room shifting, the atmosphere thick and charged. The stakes had never been higher. With each point she made, I could sense the CEO's scrutiny, his eyes narrowing, judging, weighing. I remember the moment I held my breath, time stretching like an elastic band, waiting for the snap of reality. Would this be our moment of triumph, or the day our dreams were buried, lost forever in the shadows? In the cacophony of uncertainty, I clung to the hope that shone through Elena's words, and I could almost see it, a flicker of light amidst the darkness, pulling us forward, forcing us to confront whatever lay ahead. The world outside continued its dance, oblivious to the battle waging within these four walls. But here, in this fragile moment, we were fighting for our lives, our dreams teetering on the edge of existence. And as I looked into the faces of my comrades, I felt the bond between us strengthen, an invisible thread binding our fates together in this chaotic tapestry of ambition and fear. The clock ticked on, but this was not just about time, it was about us, our souls intertwined in the relentless pursuit of something greater. I knew then, as the shadows shifted and the air crackled with tension, that this was only the beginning. The clock tower struck midnight, its heavy, metallic clang echoing through the empty streets like a heartbeat fading into the night. For a moment, the world paused, suspended in a chill that gripped the air, and within that silence, the ghosts of ambition lingered. I stood outside the Grand Hermes store, a fortress of craftsmanship, its golden letters gleaming against the darkness. Inside, the soft murmur of hands meticulously at work was drowned out by the roar of something else, something insatiable that clawed at the heart of creation itself. I remember the first time I held a Hermes scarf, the fabric whispering against my fingers, each pattern a story woven with the blood, sweat, and tears of artisans who poured their souls into every thread. I remember the warmth that filled me, the sense of belonging to something timeless. But that was before this night, before the shadows crept in, before the creeping fear that I might never own true craftsmanship, only the hollow echoes of mass production. Then there was Elise, her heart beating like a caged bird. She stood behind the counters, the light catching her eyes, revealing dreams caught in the lace of her brow. A master leatherworker, she cradled a half-finished Birkin bag, its skin soft and alive beneath her touch. Each cut was deliberate, each stitch a promise whispered in the dark. Yet, even in that sacred space, a storm brewed within her, a fear that her hands would one day be replaced by machines, that her artistry would be rendered obsolete by the cold efficiency of mass production. "I can't let it happen," she would mutter, her voice thick with desperation. "Not to me. Not to this." But those words hung between us, heavy like the leather she labored over. I saw the tremor in her hands, the way her eyes flickered toward the doors, as if expecting a faceless corporate giant to stride in and steal away the essence of her passion. And there was André, the master craftsman, his hands worn yet steady, each scar a testament to years of devotion. He was the guardian of tradition, a living relic in a world that wanted to be fast, cheap, and disposable. I watched him from the shadows, his every movement deliberate, almost religious. He spoke of craftsmanship as if it were a lover, a muse, a divine promise he could never betray. He resisted the siren call of automation, the temptation to trade his soul for efficiency. "These hands," he often said, gesturing with fierce pride, "have created pieces that will outlast us all." But in his eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt. The whispers of corporate greed loomed like storm clouds on the horizon, casting shadows of uncertainty over his sacred craft. He was a warrior in a battle he could feel slipping through his fingers. The world was changing, it was a dance of chaos, and the tempo quickened. "What will they do when there's no one left to sew?" he asked me once, his voice trembling. "What if I become a ghost haunting the factory floors, lost in the machine?" In that moment, the weight of our fears crashed around us, a tidal wave threatening to swallow our dreams. I could feel the pulse of the city outside, a relentless rhythm of consumption and want. The storefronts gleamed with shiny, mass-produced goods, each one begging for attention, for validation, for the empty promise of happiness. And yet, here we were, in this sanctuary of craftsmanship, holding tight to the hope that skill, dedication, and love could still matter in a world that seemed to have forgotten them. But as I stood there, the clock ticking ever onward, I felt the grip of despair tightening around my heart. I remembered Elise's hands, trembling ever so slightly, and André's defiance, a flicker of light in the dark. I felt trapped in a moment of indecision, the weight of their aspirations pressing against my chest. Would I choose the allure of the flashy, the instant gratification of mass production, or would I fight alongside them, standing up for the sweat and tears that birth true beauty? The answer hung in the air, thick like the scent of fresh leather, intoxicating and familiar. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of generations who had poured themselves into their work, their stories woven into the very fabric of what they created. Each piece told a tale, of struggle, of hope, of humanity. But the world outside was relentless. The clock struck again, and I could feel the pressure mounting, the tension building to a breaking point. Would we let the ghosts of our craft be silenced? Would we allow the machines to take over, to turn passion into profit? My heart raced, racing against the ticking clock, against time itself. The lights dimmed, shadows stretching across the workshop like fingers reaching for what they could never grasp. I watched as Elise took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. "I will fight for this," she whispered, her voice barely above the wind, a promise forged in the heat of desperation. And there was André, nodding solemnly, his spirit igniting like a flame in the night. "We must remind the world what it is to create, to care, to breathe life into our work. But could we? Could we stand against the tide, against the very forces that sought to erase our essence? The air crackled with uncertainty, every heartbeat echoing the struggle within us. The night was dark, thick with the fear of what tomorrow would bring, but inside, I felt a flicker of hope. I didn't know how this would end. I didn't know if craftsmanship would triumph over mass production. But as I looked at Elise and Andrei, their eyes locked in a shared determination, I realized something profound. This fight was not just theirs, it was ours. The battle for meaning, for art, for the beauty of the human touch. And as the clock continued to tick, I felt a fire igniting in my soul, the kind of fire that refused to be quenched. This night would not end here. It would spiral out, into every conversation, every moment of doubt, every action taken in defiance of a world bent on forgetting the beauty of the handmade. We were the guardians of craftsmanship, and this was our war, a war against the inevitable push of time and technology. And as the clock struck again, I took a step forward, ready to join the fight. The clock ticked like a relentless heartbeat in the dimly lit room, each second stretching into eternity. I could taste the dread on my tongue, metallic and heavy, as I stood there, paralyzed, the orange box looming before me like a specter. It was the signature orange box, the kind that promised everything and nothing at once. It was the kind of packaging that whispered secrets, urging you to open it, while simultaneously warning you of the storm inside. Jenna's breath came in shallow gasps beside me, her eyes flickering with panic. She was a firecracker, always bursting with energy, yet here she stood, her vibrant spirit dulled by the weight of that box. She had this way of lighting up the room, forging connections like a blacksmith hammering metal, yet now, every flicker of her usual brightness felt snuffed out. "What if it's not what we think?" she whispered, her voice trembling, a frail echo of the bravado that usually danced in her words. I remember the first time I had seen that box. It was in a bustling market, the sun pouring golden light onto everything around it, yet all I could see was that orange. It drew me in like a moth to a flame, vibrant and inviting. But beneath its glossy exterior lay a void, a hunger I could never quite satiate. That's the thing about desire, it toys with your mind, morphing potential into desperation. Open it, I had dared back then, but now, standing on the precipice of fear and anticipation, I felt the weight of every decision I had ever made crashing down on me. "Open it!" The words came from Mark, my older brother, his voice booming, pulling me back from the edge of hesitation. He was the anchor in my chaotic sea, yet his eyes sparkled with a manic energy that sent shivers down my spine. Mark had always lived on the edge, his dreams were wild, monstrous beasts that dragged us along for the ride. I had seen him conquer mountains and wrestle shadows, but now he was a creature of uncertainty, and the box had turned him into something almost unrecognizable. Or what? I shot back, a tremor of defiance in my voice. What if it's cursed? What if it destroys us? I could feel the air thickening around us, a palpable tension, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for our next move. "Everything we've ever wanted is inside," he insisted, eyes alight with that familiar obsessive gleam. "That box is our chance. You can feel it, can't you? It's calling to us." I could feel it, all right, an irresistible pull that gnawed at my insides, a siren song wrapped in a glossy orange shell. "Your chance, Mark." "Not mine," I murmured, my heart hammering against my ribs like a bird desperate for escape. I had learned long ago that dreams carry weight, and sometimes that weight is too heavy to bear. I thought of my mother, how she used to whisper about hope like it was the most fragile thing in the world. But hope was a loaded weapon, beautiful, yes, but dangerous in its unpredictability. With a single, trembling hand, I reached for the box. The edges felt sharp, almost alive, and in that moment, the world fell away. My surroundings faded into a blur, and all that remained was the orange, the promise, and the chaos threatening to swallow us whole. Jenna watched, her eyes wide, as if witnessing a ritualistic sacrifice. "Don't do this," she breathed, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. But how could I stop? How could I let go of the tantalizing prospect of everything I ever wanted? I remembered my childhood dreams, whispered in the dark, fluttering like butterflies in the back of my mind. Those dreams had grown into monsters, and now they stared back at me from that box, daring me to face them. "Don't look back," Mark urged, but I could see Jenna shaking her head slightly, her expression a mixture of fear and stubborn resolve. "We can turn back. We don't have to do this." I could feel my heartbeat quickening, drumming in perfect synchrony with the ticking clock, a countdown to something I couldn't name. In that instant, the room transformed, shadows shifting and swirling like smoke, reminding me of the ghosts of our past, our childhoods tangled in laughter and tears, the memories we buried deep beneath our skin. They haunted us, pushing us forward while holding us back, whispering the very things we feared to confront. "Just open it!" Mark shouted, the urgency in his voice slicing through the tension like a knife. The way he said it made the air shimmer, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw the box pulse, as if alive. The energy crackled, electric, and Jenna stepped closer, her hand brushing against mine, an unspoken pact, a tether that pulled me deeper into the abyss. I remember the stories, the warnings, those tales of greed and loss that echoed through the ages. The orange box became a vessel of my worst fears, laden with consequences. In that moment, I could see the consequences unfolding like a movie reel, friendships torn apart, dreams crushed beneath the weight of our choices. Yet there was something intoxicating about it, too, the danger, the thrill, the exhilarating rush of uncertainty that made everything feel almost surreal. My fingers trembled against the surface, and I could feel something shifting within the box, a low hum that vibrated against my skin. I glanced at Jenna, her face pale but resolute, and Mark, who was caught in the throes of his own obsession, eyes gleaming with fervor. The clock ticked louder now, drowning out the whispers of doubt. I could feel the world narrowing around us, the air thickening, choking us with anticipation. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, and in that moment, the weight of our lives hung suspended in the balance. Would we sever the strings of fate, or would we remain prisoners to our own desires? And then I lifted the lid, and the world exploded. No conclusions, no neat little endings here, only chaos and dreams and the shadows we chase, the haunting echoes of our choices, spiraling downward into the unknown. The signature orange box was both a tomb and a cradle of possibility, and as I stared into its depths, I knew we had crossed a threshold from which there was no return. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets, a haunting reminder of time slipping away. Under the fluorescent glare of a flickering streetlight, Jenna stood, her heart racing, an icy sweat trickling down her spine. She clutched the crumpled flyer, the ink smeared by her trembling fingers. "Market day," it read, but to her, it felt like a death sentence. Above her, the sky hung thick with clouds, like a shroud draped over the city, foreboding and heavy. "Jenna!" A voice sliced through the night, a desperate whisper etched with urgency. It was Marcus, shadows dancing across his face, his eyes wild. "You shouldn't be here. You know what they'll do if they catch you." She could feel the heat of his breath, mingling with the chill of fear that clawed at her insides. "I remember," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "the first time I saw the market, the hope, the whispers of success. Now it's just a trap." But deep within her, a flicker of that hope still smoldered, an ember refusing to die, and it terrified her. Marcus stepped closer, the smell of burnt coffee lingering around him, a reminder of the endless nights spent plotting their escape. "I can't let you do this. You know we can't trust them. They'll twist our words, turn us into scapegoats." His hands clenched into fists, that familiar fire igniting in his eyes. He was brave, too brave for his own good, and she admired that, even as it made her heart ache. "Bravery isn't enough anymore," she snapped, the heat of her anger mingling with the cold dread. "What do we have left? We're shadows, Marcus. Ghosts of what we once dreamed." She could see it in his face, the flicker of doubt, the weight of despair pressing down. The market had transformed into a beast with 1,000 eyes, watching, waiting, ready to devour anyone foolish enough to wander too close. And yet, it called to them, like a siren song, sweet but deadly. She remembered the families huddled around their stalls, the laughter that masked the desperation. Now, it felt like they were all trapped in a macabre dance, moving to a rhythm of fear and loss. "Do you think they care?" Marcus's voice cracked, raw and breaking. "They'll sell us out to line their pockets. We're just pawns in their game." His breath hitched, and in that moment, Jenna saw it, the vulnerability behind the bravado, the fear of becoming nothing. The shadows around them stirred. "They're coming," he hissed, urgency snapping through the air like a taut wire. "We have to move." They turned, their footsteps echoing against the cobblestones, a hurried rhythm that matched the frantic beats of their hearts. Every glance over their shoulders felt like a countdown to disaster, the specter of betrayal looming large. But Jenna knew better than to run. "I remember," she said, her voice steadying, "the day everything changed, the market, the promises, the lies." The corners of her mind darkened with memories, each one a dagger of resentment. They had been sold a dream, one that turned to ash in their mouths as the reality of broken promises settled in. She felt Marcus's hand squeeze hers, a lifeline in the thickening darkness. "If we're caught," he whispered, "they'll silence us. We can't let that happen." His voice cracked like ice, but beneath his fear lay a raw determination that ignited something in her. They had to fight, had to carve their voices into the cacophony of the market, or they would be consumed whole. The air was electric with tension as they approached the heart of the market, where whispers turned into shouts, and the thrumming pulse of hope mingled with despair. Vendors hawked their wares, faces cloaked in masks of feigned joy, eyes glinting like knives. She could feel the eyes of the crowd, judging, watching, waiting for a misstep. "I'm not afraid," she declared, though her heart raced like a caged bird. But the truth gripped her throat, tightening like a noose. It was a lie. Fear was a living thing, coiling around her, squeezing until she could hardly breathe. "Focus," Marcus warned, his tone urgent yet soothing, an anchor in the storm. "We need to find the truth amidst this madness." They pushed through the throng, bodies pressing against them, the heat of the crowd both suffocating and exhilarating. Voices rose and fell in a chaos of emotion, each shout a story of survival, each laugh a mask for the pain buried beneath. And then, they saw it, a flicker of light in the darkness, a stall adorned with vibrant colors, promising hope amidst despair. Jenna felt it tugging at her, a siren song that resonated with the remnants of her dreams. "What if," she began, but Marcus shook his head fiercely. "No." But his voice faltered, and for a moment, doubt flickered in his eyes. "What if we just? What if we can change things?" The thought hung heavy in the air, a fragile thread connecting them to a future they had dared not dream of. They moved closer, drawn in by the allure of possibility, the hope that maybe, just maybe, they could reclaim their voices from the abyss. Yet, as they stepped into the light, the darkness behind them surged, a wave of menace crashing down, threatening to pull them under. The pulse of the market quickened, fear tightening around them like a vice. They were at the edge, teetering on the precipice of a revelation that could either shatter them or set them free. "Are you ready?" Marcus asked, his voice barely a whisper, but it reverberated through her like thunder. The enormity of their choice loomed over them, a weight that pressed heavily on her chest. "I remember," she breathed, "the taste of freedom, the sweetness of a dream." And in that moment, as their eyes locked, the world around them faded, the market a distant echo of what it once was. They were two souls defying the abyss, ready to fight for the flickering flame of hope, ready to wrestle with the specters of their past, to confront the beast that had held them captive for so long. And in that heartbeat of silence, they knew they would either break the chains or be consumed by them. The night held its breath, waiting for their next move, for the moment when the fragile thread of hope would snap or ignite into a wildfire of change. The air was thick with the scent of mothballs, choking and heavy, as I stumbled through the dimly lit room, where the shadows of yesterday clung to the vintage dresses hanging like ghosts. The clock on the wall ticked with an ominous rhythm, its hands moving too slowly, stretching seconds into lifetimes. Old records crackled like whispers of lovers long gone, and I could almost feel their laughter, echoing through the fabric, reminding me of a world swathed in nostalgia and pain. This was not just a thrift store, it was a mausoleum of memories, where the past was on display, dresses with lace like spider webs and skirts that swirled like the memories I tried to grasp. A woman stood at the counter, her eyes glazed over with the weight of lost dreams, fingers tracing the edges of a faded photograph. Elena, the heartbroken curator of this time capsule, wore a vintage 1940s dress that hugged her figure like a time traveler's armor. Every seam seemed to whisper secrets. She was beautiful and broken, a living ghost who could never let go of a past that haunted her, a past that was both a comfort and a curse. I felt drawn to her, as if the fraying edges of her heart were stitched with the same thread as mine. "I remember," she murmured, her voice barely more than a breath, when everything was simpler. The fabric of life was different then. Each thread held a story, a promise. Her eyes were pools of sorrow, and I could see the longing swirling in them, a memory of love lost beneath the weight of time. The clock ticked, each second an echo of her heartbreak. Then there was Marcus, her brother, storming in like a thundercloud, anger crackling in the air. His hands were fists, clenched tightly as if to contain the chaos inside. "Elena, we can't keep this place alive by clinging to the past." The words shot out like gunfire, sharp and jagged, reverberating through the dim light. His face was a mask of frustration, the lines of his youth marred with the burden of responsibility. "Can't you see this is a graveyard? It's time to move on." Every word hung between them like a fragile thread, ready to snap. I could feel the tension, taste the bitterness of dreams deferred. Elena's shoulders slumped, the weight of his words a dagger to her heart. "But what if the past is all we have?" she replied, tears glistening like stars caught in the web of her lashes. "What if without it, we're nothing?" The fight between them echoed like a symphony of sorrow. I stood frozen, an unwilling spectator to their heartache, my own chest tightening with each breath. I remembered my own ghosts, faded photographs, and the echo of laughter in empty rooms. Clothes left behind, like the fragments of lives lived, filled with love and loss. Marcus turned away, his frustration morphing into a desperate plea. "I want to build something, Elena. I want a future, not just a collection of relics." His voice softened, revealing the broken boy beneath the hardened exterior. "But you keep dragging me back into a time that isn't real anymore." The shadows flickered around him, and I could feel the weight of his dreams pressing against the walls, suffocating in the nostalgia that filled the room. I stood amidst their turmoil, the tension pulsing like a heartbeat in the air, threading through the silence, and suddenly, I was flooded with memories of my own. I remembered the old swing in my grandmother's backyard, creaking under the weight of laughter, the smell of summer nights filled with fireflies, moments that seemed to shimmer in the warm air. I remembered the way her favorite floral dress twirled and danced around her as she spun, carefree, her laughter ringing like the sweetest melody, a haunting echo of joy. The past was both a sanctuary and a prison. Elena's voice broke through the haze of my thoughts. "Those dresses," she said, her gaze fixed on the racks, "they carry stories that shaped us. They hold the dreams of women who fought to be seen." Her fingers brushed against a gown, and for a moment, it glimmered like a beacon of hope, illuminating the space around us. "How can we honor them if we forget?" Marcus ran a hand through his hair, the frustration boiling over like a pot on the brink of spilling. "And how can we move forward if we're tethered to every scrap of fabric? We're drowning in their shadows." His voice cracked, revealing the turmoil inside, raw and unfiltered. "I want to breathe again, Elena." "I remember," I whispered, my own memories colliding with theirs. I felt the urgency of the moment, the desperation hanging in the air, a taut string ready to snap. I wanted to scream, to shake them out of their trance, to make them realize that the past and future were two sides of the same coin, eternally spinning, forever connected. The clock struck an unwelcome hour, the sound slicing through the tension. Time was relentless, racing forward while they remained trapped in a dance of memories. I could feel the energy shifting, the weight of their unresolved conflict pulsing like a living thing, sensing the impending confrontation, the necessary explosion of emotions waiting to erupt. "Then let's find a way to honor them," Elena said, her voice stronger now, the fire of a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. "Let's weave their stories into something new, something that bridges the past and the future." A glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes, illuminating the worn fabric of her existence. Marcus's expression softened, the walls around his heart beginning to crumble. "But how?" His voice trembled, the vulnerability catching me off guard. "Together," she breathed, the words barely escaping her lips, but they hung heavy in the air, a promise forged in the flames of their struggle. In that moment, I understood, nostalgia was not a weight to bear but a thread to weave a new tapestry. As they stood across from each other, the clock ticking down to a resolution, the shadows around us seemed to lean closer, listening, waiting. I felt the world shift, the air thick with unspoken words, the ghosts of the past whispering encouragement. And as I stepped back into the shadows, the chaos swirling around them, I could feel it, the pulse of potential, the heartbeat of new dreams mingling with old ones, the dance of time itself. The vintage revival had begun, and the air crackled with the electric promise of what was to come. I remember the moment the clock struck midnight, the air thick with a tension that could suffocate. I stood in the dimly lit gallery, surrounded by canvases that seemed to breathe, their colors pulsating like the heart of a wounded beast. Each limited edition piece was a ghost of its former self, trapped in frames but alive with the stories they had to tell. The whispers of artists long gone echoed through the silence, their hands still sketching the shadows of emotion they had poured into their work. I could almost hear them, urging me to listen, to feel. Across the room, Clara leaned against the wall, her fingers trembling around a glass of wine, the dark liquid mirroring the turmoil within her. Her eyes were pools of anguish and hope, swirling with memories she could not shake off. We had come to this exhibition for different reasons, both searching for something that eluded us. She sought solace in art, while I craved escape from a past that haunted me like a relentless specter. Do you ever think about what it means to possess something so unique? Clara asked, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it sliced through the stillness. To hold a piece of someone's soul? I mean, these are limited editions, only a handful exist in the world. They're coveted, exclusive, her words hung in the air, heavy with longing. I caught her gaze, and for a moment, the chaos of the night faded. Exclusivity, I repeated, tasting the word, feeling its sharp edges dig into my skin. It's both a blessing and a curse, isn't it? My heart raced. I wanted her to see me, to understand the weight of my own attachments, the scars that marred my existence. And then there was Marcus, lingering near the entrance, the very embodiment of conflict. He wore the facade of indifference, a mask that had cracked long ago. He was a collector, but not of art. He hoarded memories, holding onto each one as if it were a lifeline. I knew him well. He chased limited editions of life itself, desperate to make each moment as precious as the art that surrounded us. Yet, I could see the shadows dancing across his face, whispering of the ghosts he couldn't outrun. Isn't it funny? Marcus interjected suddenly, his voice carrying a weight that belied the casualness of his tone. We all think we're different, unique in our struggles, but we're all just limited editions of a larger mess. There was a bitterness in his laugh that chilled the air. What he said resonated, none of us were truly exclusive. We were fragments of a collective experience, all desperately grasping for validation in this chaotic world. I took a step closer to Clara, feeling the heat radiating off her skin, the warmth drawing me in like a moth to a flame. You know, I remember when I first learned about limited editions. I thought they were these sacred relics, untouched by time. But the truth is, they're just as vulnerable as we are. Prone to fading, to being forgotten. My voice cracked, and I felt the vulnerability of my confession wash over us like a tide. Clara's eyes glistened, and for a fleeting second, I imagined wrapping my arms around her, shielding her from the storms we both carried. It's like the night, she murmured, her gaze now fixed on the creeping shadows of the gallery. Beautiful and terrifying. We crave the darkness, but it also reveals our fears, our regrets. Suddenly, I was transported to a memory, a flickering candle in a darkened room, where secrets hid beneath layers of silence. I could almost hear the laughter, the cries of betrayal. Time had a way of distorting reality, bending the past into something unrecognizable, yet achingly familiar. She used to say, I murmured, the words spilling out before I could stop them, that each limited edition piece held a piece of her heart. But what happens when that heart breaks? When the art becomes a reminder of what we've lost? My breath hitched as the moment lingered, weighty and electric. Marcus stepped forward, his voice low, like thunder rumbling in the distance. You know what's worse than losing art? Losing the moments that inspired it. The fleeting seconds that shape us into what we think we should be. Limited editions are just that, moments frozen in time. But moments, they slip through our fingers. Each word struck like a hammer on an anvil, forging a sense of urgency and despair around us. The shadows thickened, and I felt the weight of Clara's eyes on me, searching, pleading for something, anything, to ease her burdens. "Do you think," she asked, her voice trembling on the brink of something profound, "that we can ever truly own a piece of art? Or are we just custodians, holding on to things that will outlast us?" I wanted to tell her that maybe the beauty of exclusivity lay not in possession but in the fleeting connections we shared, the echoes of laughter and tears that reverberated through our souls. But my heart ached too much to voice it. Instead, I took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of oil paints and varnish, letting it wash over me, grounding me in the moment. "Maybe it's all just a facade," I finally said, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside. "Perhaps the true meaning of exclusivity is understanding that we are all limited editions, fragile, beautiful, and irrevocably flawed." Marcus nodded, his gaze distant, as if he were peering into the abyss of his own memories. Clara's lips quirked into a fragile smile, and for just a heartbeat, we shared a glimmer of understanding, a fleeting connection that felt both electric and devastating. But then, the moment shattered. The gallery lights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls, and a sense of impending doom settled around us like a shroud. I could feel the universe shift, the air crackling with tension as we teetered on the brink of confrontation. In that instant, everything hung in a delicate balance, a fragile web of emotions, the echoes of past regrets, and the looming presence of our own insecurities. We stood there, three souls bound by the weight of exclusivity, trapped in a moment that felt both infinite and fleeting, as if time itself were holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The silence was deafening, and I could feel our hearts beating in sync, the echoes intertwining, a haunting melody of uncertainty and hope. Each breath trembled with anticipation, a delicate dance between what had been and what could still be. We were caught in the storm, and I could hardly tell where one of us ended and the other began. And as the clock continued to tick, as the night stretched on, we remained suspended, teetering on the edge of revelation, waiting for the moment when the weight of our truths would finally break free. The clock struck midnight, its eerie chime echoing through the dimly lit atelier, where time was both a relentless predator and a cherished relic. Fabric clung to the air like memories, heavy and suffocating, yet woven with fragile dreams. I stood there, breathless, heart racing, surrounded by swathes of silk and cotton, every thread a whisper of history. I could almost hear the voices of those who had come before me, their laughter mingling with the scent of dye and decay, their hopes sewn into the very seams of what lay before me. Across the room, Maia frantically adjusted a vintage gown, her fingers trembling, a storm brewing in her eyes. "It's not good enough," she muttered, a mantra that pulsated with insecurity. The fabric shimmered under the fluorescent lights, an ethereal beauty that belied the tempest within her. I could see it, the way her breath hitched as she fought against an unseen force, the pressure of expectation squeezing her like the corset she was stitching so carefully. Heritage was her armor, but it felt like shackles, binding her to an identity she yearned to escape yet feared to abandon. "Stop," I said, my voice a mere whisper against the cacophony of her thoughts. "You're perfect just as you are." But my words hung in the air, heavy with doubt, as if I were trying to catch smoke with bare hands. I was lost too, a ghost wandering through the echoes of the past, haunted by my own failures. I remember the moment I first saw my grandmother's dress, a delicate creation that told stories of love and loss, stitched with the pain of generations. I remember thinking that fashion was an act of rebellion, a way to scream when words failed. The door creaked open, and in walked Julian, the designer whose vision was as sharp as glass, gleaming but cutting. "What's going on?" he demanded, his voice direct, laced with impatience. He scanned the room, eyes landing on Maia, whose hands froze mid-stitch, the needle poised like a weapon. I could see the fear in her eyes, the fear of not being enough, of failing to honor the legacy that had shaped her existence. In Julian's world, heritage was a badge of honor, something to parade like a trophy. But for Maia, it was an anchor, dragging her into the depths of doubt. "Just trying to make it perfect," she replied, her voice a threadbare whisper. The fabric, so vibrant, seemed to absorb her pain, darkening with every word. I wanted to scream, to rage against the walls that confined us, to tear apart the very notion that we had to be perfect to be worthy. I remember the stories of my ancestors, those who wore their heritage like a second skin, yet were bound by it. A grandmother who fled from war, stitching together remnants of a life left behind, a father who wore his culture as a shroud, making sacrifices so his children could breathe free. Their struggles became my own, a tapestry of hope and despair that I wore each day, unsure whether it was a gift or a curse. Do you ever feel like we're just ghosts in a haunted fashion house? I ventured, trying to lighten the tension, but the words hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with meaning. Mara's laugh was a brittle echo. Haunted? More like cursed, she said, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. Every stitch is a reminder of who we have to be, not who we are. The truth of that statement reverberated through me, a pulse in the darkness. Julian, ever the pragmatist, cut in. Heritage is your strength, Mara. It's what sets you apart. But in his eyes, I saw the flicker of ambition, the drive to create not just fashion, but an empire. Heritage to him was a brand, a marker of distinction in an industry that devoured dreams like a ravenous beast. But what of those dreams? Those shimmering hopes that fluttered just out of reach? I looked at the fabric, the colors bursting forth, alive with possibility yet trapped in a cycle of expectation. Each roll of cloth held the weight of 1,000 stories, yet here we were, struggling to find our own amid the cacophony of trends and timelines. Mara's fingers trembled as she set aside the gown, tears pooling in her eyes. I don't want to just replicate her, you know? I want to break free, but I'm terrified. Each confession sliced through the air, raw and unfiltered, igniting a wildfire of understanding between us. Terrified. I echoed, the word reverberating within me. I remember being terrified too, or of failing, of being swallowed whole by the shadows of those who came before me. But what if we allowed ourselves to be imperfect? To weave our flaws into the fabric of our work? Julian scoffed, the sound sharp, but something softened in his gaze. Fashion isn't about imperfections. It's about ideals. Is it? I challenged, heart racing, the walls closing in. Or is it about the stories we tell? The threads that bind us, even when they fray. Silence enveloped us, a blanket of thick tension, until Mara finally spoke. I just want to be me. And in that moment, the cosmos shifted. I felt it, the weight of possibility. We stood there, three souls intertwined, caught in a web of heritage and ambition, fear and hope. The shadows of our ancestors loomed, but perhaps they weren't just specters of the past, perhaps they were guardians, urging us forward into the unknown. As the clock ticked on, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the brink of something vast, something terrifyingly beautiful. The fabric around us pulsated with life, an echo of our combined dreams. We were not just creators, we were the living embodiment of history, the fragile bridge between what was and what could be. In that quiet storm of fabric and fear, I remembered, heritage isn't a chain, it's a canvas. And in this moment, we could paint our own stories, letting the colors bleed together into something unique, something alive. The confrontation wasn't just with each other, but with ourselves, and that's where the real magic lay, waiting to unfold. And as night draped its heavy cloak over the world outside, we stood united in our shared vulnerability, ready to push the boundaries of what fashion could mean. The clock continued to tick, each second an invitation to redefine our legacies, to rewrite our stories, and to embrace the beautiful chaos that lay ahead. The air was thick with unspoken words, a tension that hummed louder than the city outside. In the dim light of the Hermes workshop, shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets of a legacy woven deep into the fabric of time. I remember that moment, standing there, heart racing, as the world outside bustled with life, yet here, in this sacred space, it felt as if the clock had stopped. Why can't you see it? Elodie's voice cracked, raw and aching, as she stood before her father, their faces inches apart, the chasm of history stretching between them. Her hands trembled, clutching a piece of leather, the very essence of their family legacy. It was more than just material, it held the weight of dreams, desires, and disappointments. You're trapped in your past, Papa. You refuse to let us move forward. Jean, her father, his eyes clouded with years of heartache, fought against the swell of emotions. He was a man sculpted by tradition, each wrinkle a testament to sacrifices made, yet he was losing grip on what it meant to be a father, a leader. Elodie, he whispered, voice heavy, tradition is our anchor. Without it, we drift. But drift they were, like a boat caught in a storm, waves crashing against their fragile hull. Outside, the night pulsed with life, the laughter of tourists echoing through the cobbled streets, the clinking of glasses in vibrant cafes. Yet within these walls, it was as if time had forgotten them. A clock ticked steadily, a reminder of every moment slipping away, each chime resonating with a haunting finality. I remember the smell, the rich, earthy scent of leather mingling with the sharp tang of sweat and anxiety. The workshop was a sanctuary, yet it felt suffocating, a tomb for their unfulfilled dreams. Elodie stepped back, her breath hitching, as she glimpsed the ghost of a once unbreakable bond fading into the shadows. I'm tired, Papa. Tired of living under the weight of your expectations. It was a reckless declaration, one that hung in the air like a spark, waiting to ignite. Jean's face hardened, the lines of disappointment deepening, an unyielding fortress against his daughter's vulnerability. You think I don't want you to succeed? You think this is easy for me? His voice trembled, a tempest brewing beneath his stoic exterior. Every heartbeat echoed with truth, but Elodie wouldn't step back. You're blinded by what was, unable to see what could be. Look at the world, Papa. It's changing. Each word felt like a dagger, each syllable sharp enough to cut through the veneer of their strained relationship. Across the room, Mark, Elodie's brother, sat in silence, a spectator caught in a storm. He was the quiet observer, the one who felt every crack in the fragile facade of their family. The weight of expectation pressed down on him, too, but he couldn't bring himself to add fuel to the fire. He craved peace more than he craved victory. Memories of childhood laughter drifted through his mind, now replaced by this suffocating tension. I remember the days when we laughed together, when you smiled without the weight of the world on your shoulders, he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. The words hung there, alone, yearning for a spark of recognition. But it fell on deaf ears. Jean's gaze was fixed on Elodie, unyielding, like a shipwrecked survivor clinging to driftwood, unwilling to let go. You want to change everything in a day? You think you can build a new legacy overnight? The challenge hung heavy in the air, thick like fog, obscuring the path forward. Elodie felt the sting of his words, but there was a fire in her spirit, fierce and unrelenting. It's not about changing everything. It's about evolving, Papa. If we don't adapt, we will drown in the past. And there it was, the chasm between them, a rift that seemed insurmountable. I felt that tension in my bones, the weight of generations pressing down, a battle of wills echoing through the dim workshop. Each heartbeat thudded in my ears, a reminder that this moment could shatter everything they held dear. The shadows around them seemed to breathe, absorbing their pain, their hopes, their fears. Outside, the city pulsed with life, yet within these walls, the silence screamed louder than any argument. Each second felt like an eternity, the air crackling with unspoken truths. I remember the feeling of desperation, the need to bridge that chasm, to pull them back from the edge of this emotional abyss. Mark finally stood, voice steady and calm, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. What if we combine the past and the future? What if we honor tradition while embracing change? His words hung there, fragile yet heavy with potential. The room fell into an uneasy quiet, hearts racing, breaths held. Could it be that simple? Could they stitch together the tattered fabric of their family with threads of understanding? Elodie looked at her brother, searching for the hope she desperately needed. You really think we can find a way? The vulnerability in her eyes cut deeper than any argument, a flicker of light in a room cloaked in shadows. Jean studied his children, the weight of years pressing harder than ever. The clock ticked, each second amplifying the silence, each chime a reminder of what was at stake. Maybe, he began, his voice uncertain, the faintest glimmer of possibility lacing his words. But before he could finish, the door creaked open, a gust of cold air sweeping through. It felt like an omen, a harbinger of the unseen battles ahead. Outside, the world continued to turn, oblivious to the storm brewing within the Hermes family. I remember the chill that ran down my spine, the weight of their struggles hanging heavy in the air. Would they find a way to weave their dreams together? Or would they remain lost in the shadows of the past, forever haunted by the ghosts of what could have been? The tension hung in the air, palpable, electric, a cliffhanger suspended in time. The night wore on, and as the stars twinkled above, the Hermes family stood on the precipice of a decision that could redefine their legacy. With every heartbeat, every breath, the story spiraled forward, drawing us deeper into the darkness and the light. The bell above the door jingled, a sound that had once brought warmth but now felt like a death knell. Claire stood frozen, her heart hammering, staring at the empty shelves of her once bustling boutique. Dust motes danced in the dim light, ghostly reminders of days when laughter mingled with the scent of freshly brewed coffee. Now, the air hung heavy with abandonment, thick enough to choke on. The world outside hummed with life, cars rushing by, people laughing, but inside, silence screamed. She could hear the soft click of her phone vibrating on the counter, a reminder of sales, of trends, of everything she was losing. The notifications were merciless, each one another wound in her already battered soul. I remember the thrill of placing those orders, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember the joy of knowing I was part of something real. Each memory felt like a knife twisting deeper, the sharp edge of nostalgia cutting through her resolve. Across town, Jeremy stood in his cluttered garage, surrounded by boxes stacked like tombstones. Each one contained remnants of a life he once knew, a life that felt like a distant dream. He had once been a rising star in the retail world, a visionary who opened a tech startup that promised to revolutionize shopping. But here he was, staring at the walls closing in, a prisoner of his own ambition. I remember the applause, he muttered, the way their eyes lit up when I presented my ideas. Now, that applause was a haunting echo, drowning in the digital noise of online shopping carts and abandoned checkout pages. The clock ticked relentlessly, an ominous reminder of time slipping away, as if mocking them both. Claire's heart raced with fear, not just for her store but for her very essence. She had poured her soul into that boutique, every colorful dress, every handmade accessory an extension of herself. It was a sanctuary, a place where women came to find not just clothing but confidence, a piece of themselves. Now it lay in ruins, the world moving on without her. But there was a fire within her, flickering yet fierce. She grabbed a dress that hung alone on a rack, its vibrant colors a stark contrast to the dullness around her. The fabric was soft, familiar, an echo of laughter shared with her customers. "I can't let this go," she whispered, her voice trembling. Not without a fight. Meanwhile, Jeremy's fingers shook as he scrolled through his emails, each one a reminder of the competition he had once been so sure he could outsmart. His company's platform had promised convenience and speed, but the irony was suffocating. In trying to create something revolutionary, he had overlooked the human touch. I remember when I saw people's faces light up, he thought, recalling the joy of connecting with his customers. Now, he was lost in an impersonal digital landscape, a ghost in a machine. Claire climbed back into her thoughts, weaving through the memories as if they were threads of a tapestry unraveling. I remember the late nights, she sighed, the way we'd laugh and cry over those ridiculous fashion shows. What happened to the soul of retail? It felt as if she was mourning a person, not a business. The boutique was alive, a living entity that had breathed in laughter and exhaled sorrow, and now it lay comatose, awaiting a miracle. A flash of inspiration ignited in her chest, a spark that felt like hope. What if she reached out? What if she invited her community back, not just to shop but to share, to reconnect? Could she breathe life back into the hollow space? "I can't let it die," she whispered, the resolve weaving through her veins like wildfire. As if summoned by her thoughts, Jeremy's phone buzzed, a notification drawing him back to the present. His tech platform had just launched a campaign aimed at reviving local shops, a lifeline thrown into the chaos, but his heart sank as he clicked through the details. "I remember the dreams I had for this," he thought bitterly. "But will they care?" His mind raced, the conflict inside him swirling like a tempest. He had wanted to save retail, to create a world where shopping was more than just an online transaction, yet here he was, on the brink of losing everything he had built. "What if I can't make it back?" he cried into the darkness of his garage, as if the shadows could hear him. The bell above Claire's door jingled again, and she turned, her heart leaping into her throat. It was a customer, but not just any customer. It was Laura, a woman who had walked through those doors countless times, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "I saw the lights off," Laura said, her eyes wide with concern. "I thought I'd lost you." And in that moment, Claire realized she wasn't alone. Together they could breathe life back into those walls, creating a refuge where the human spirit could reignite. The fear began to melt, replaced by the warmth of camaraderie. "Let's do this," Claire said, a fire surging through her. In the garage, Jeremy's fingers hovered over the keyboard, his mind racing. What if he reached out to those small businesses? What if he used his platform not just to sell, but to connect? "I can't let them fade away," he thought, the resolution crystallizing into a promise. Outside, the world spun on, indifferent yet relentless. The digital age loomed large, an ominous shadow stretching over the remnants of tradition, but within the hearts of Claire and Jeremy, a revolution began to stir. They weren't merely victims of a changing tide, they were warriors ready to reclaim what had slipped through their fingers. An eerie silence enveloped them, but within that quiet lay the echoes of a million dreams, a cacophony of hope that was just starting to rise. The past and the future collided, a moment suspended in time, where the heart of retail pulsed with the rhythm of humanity. It was not the end, it was just the beginning. The sirens shrieked, slicing through the heavy air like a blade, a cruel reminder of the chaos enveloping the city. I stood on the precipice of the Hermes workshop, peering into the heart of a storm that was more than just weather. It was a reckoning, a collision of legacy and urgency. The rich scent of leather mingled with the acrid smoke of burning refuse, a potent reminder of beauty tainted by excess. Elise, her hands trembling but resolute, clutched a tattered piece of parchment, the edges frayed like the dreams we had whispered to each other beneath the stars. "We can't ignore it, Thomas," she gasped, her voice breaking through the cacophony, each syllable laced with desperation. "Not anymore." Her eyes, pools of molten amber, bore the weight of 1,000 ethical dilemmas. The dreams of sustainability felt distant, like the fading echoes of a tune once cherished. Across the workshop, Thomas stood rigid, a sentinel caught between the past and the future. His heart raced, a wild drum against the backdrop of tradition. "But this is Hermes," he spat, voice thick with defiance. "We are the artisans of elegance, the keepers of craftsmanship. To change now, what does that mean for us?" The words hung in the air, heavy as lead, and I felt the room constrict around us, a noose woven from centuries of expectation. Each stitch, each cut in that sacred sanctuary told a story, yet the shadows whispered a different tale, a haunting echo of our impact on this dying planet. I could almost hear them, the ghosts of the discarded, the animals whose lives had been sacrificed on the altar of luxury. The room was thick with memories, and I remembered the day I first entered this sanctuary, enchanted by the craftsmanship yet blissfully ignorant of the cost. Elise stepped closer, her breath mingling with the scent of polished wood and fading dreams. "We have to be the change," she implored, gripping my arm with a fervor that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Think of the children, the world they'll inherit. A world littered with our complacency, our refusal to adapt." Her voice cracked, raw and exposed, threading through my conscience like a needle through fabric. The clock ticked on the wall, each second a reminder of the urgency that gnawed at us. Time slipping away, like grains of sand through desperate fingers. I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the stars above seemed dimmer, as if they too were mourning our choices. In that moment, I wanted to scream, to rage against the machines of industry, the chains of tradition that had become shackles. And yet, as the sirens wailed in the distance, echoing the cries of a world in peril, something stirred within me. A flicker of hope, perhaps. I remembered the day my grandfather handed me a piece of leather, worn yet resilient, a testament to the time he had poured into crafting it. "This," he had said, eyes gleaming with pride, "is a legacy." But what legacy would our craft be if we turned a blind eye to the very world that cradled it? I glanced at Elise, her fire igniting a spark within me. What if we could merge tradition and responsibility? I suggested, my voice barely a whisper. What if we became the pioneers of sustainable luxury? A bridge between what was and what could be. The words tasted foreign and exhilarating, a kaleidoscope of possibilities swirling in my mind, teasing my heart to believe in something greater. But Thomas's eyes darkened, shadows flickering beneath his brow. You want us to sacrifice our heritage for a fleeting trend, he shot back, anger lacing his tone, yet beneath the fury, I sensed a fear, a vulnerability. What if this is just a passing phase? A whim of the moment that will fade like the last rays of sunset. A passing phase. Elise challenged, stepping into the light, her voice rising to meet the tempest brewing within him. This is our future. The earth is screaming for us to listen. And we must heed its call, or we are nothing but ghosts of our own making. Her words carried a fierce weight, a call to arms against the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. The silence that followed was electric, charged with raw emotion, a space where dreams collided with dread. I felt it in my bones, the tension thick as fog, wrapping around us like a shroud. And there we stood, three souls caught in the maelstrom of our choices, the pulse of the universe thundering in sync with our hearts. What did it mean to be artisans now? To hold the legacy of craftsmanship in one hand while reaching towards a sustainable future with the other? Could we bear the burden of change, or would we remain anchored in the past, clinging to the comfort of tradition while the world around us crumbled? The sirens faltered, then swelled again, a mournful chorus that reverberated through the workshop, a reminder that time was running out. The shadows crept closer, and I could feel them closing in, a suffocating embrace that whispered of regret and unfulfilled potential. In that moment, the clock struck, the sound slicing through the tension like lightning. We can do this, I breathed, the conviction swelling within my chest. We must. Elise's gaze, fierce and unwavering, met mine, and I knew we stood on the precipice of something monumental. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but in that electrifying silence, we felt it, a thread of connection, a shared heartbeat that pulsed with the weight of our combined resolve. And as we stood there, ghosts of the past looming behind us, the future stretched vast and ungraspable before us, a tapestry waiting to be woven. Each choice, each heartbeat echoing in the void, a dance of tradition and modern responsibility, spiraling into the unknown, a story waiting to unfold, a legacy waiting to be reborn. A single drop of sweat trickles down his forehead, glistening under the dim light of the workshop, where shadows dance like phantoms on the walls. Adrian grips the chisel with an urgency that sends tremors through his fingers. He can't afford to falter now, not with the world outside roaring like a storm, not with the weight of his father's legacy pressing down on him, squeezing his heart in a vice. Each blow of the mallet sends shivers through the wood, the resonating sound echoing the desperation that coils around his chest. He remembers the way his father's hands moved, hard, calloused, but tender too, each stroke a love letter etched into grain. Just one more piece, he mutters to himself, the words barely escaping his lips before they are swallowed by the silence of the workshop. The air is thick with the scent of sawdust and sweat, but today it smells different, laced with something metallic, a whisper of fear. Outside, the city feels alive, a cacophony of voices and laughter, but in here, time becomes a ghost that haunts him, relentless and unforgiving. Across the room, Zoe watches, her heart drumming a rhythm of its own, a sharp contrast to the calm she's desperately trying to project. She's always been drawn to the way Adrian loses himself in his art, how the world blurs into a soft haze when he's carving. But today, even her admiration is riddled with anxiety. She knows the stakes, the exhibition that could either save them or crush their dreams. Adrian, she says softly, her voice a gentle breeze against the storm brewing in the workshop. What if it isn't enough? His hands freeze, the chisel hovering just above the wood, and for a moment, the unspoken fear hangs between them like a noose. What do you mean, he snaps, the edge in his voice cutting deeper than he wants to admit. The vulnerability flickers in his eyes, and he quickly looks away, as if he can hide from the truth. I mean, what if they don't see it, she whispers, her heart aching for him. Your father's legacy is beautiful, but it's heavy too. She's reminded of their nights spent talking beneath the stars, dreams woven together like the threads of the very tapestry they strive to create. You carry that weight, and it's okay to feel scared. He clenches his jaw, droplets of frustration spilling over. I have to make them see. I have to. But the words feel like shards of glass, sharp and unsteady. His thoughts race, memories surfacing like old photographs, his father's laughter, the way he guided him through the delicate dance of creation. Every chisel mark is a piece of him. And there it is, the heart of their conflict, the ghost of expectation that looms large in the dim light of the workshop. Adrian's drive is suffocating, a relentless tide that pulls him under, while Zoe's own dreams flutter like moths around a flame. She wants to share this life with him, to revel in the artisan spirit that binds them, but the path is dark and twisted. Outside, a clock ticks, each second a reminder of the time slipping away, the pressure mounting. The exhibition looms like a shadow, casting doubt on their every move. Zoe feels it stir within her, a cold whisper that gnaws at her resolve. What if you don't need to carry it all on your shoulders? She finally dares to ask, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a breeze. Adrian's eyes blaze with a mix of anger and pain, a tempest brewing behind the cool facade. And let it slip through my fingers. He takes a deep breath, his shoulders sagging a fraction. I can't let that happen. Not after everything he sacrificed. She understands the weight of those words, the longing for redemption threaded into every heartbeat. Yet, something in her stirs, a flicker of defiance. Maybe we should redefine what success means, Adrian. Maybe it shouldn't be tied to their approval but to the joy of creating. He turns back to the wood, frustration bubbling beneath the surface, but her words sink in like seeds in fertile soil. He grips the chisel, feeling the roughness of the wood beneath his fingertips, the pulse of creation thrumming through his veins. Joy, he scoffs, but the corner of his mouth quirks up, a crack in his armor. Yes. Joy, Adrian. It's what your father would have wanted, what we both want. The conviction in her voice ignites something within him, a spark that begins to push against the weight that holds him captive. But the moment shatters as the door swings open, and a gust of wind sweeps through, carrying with it the distant sounds of chaos. Adrian's heart races anew, the world beyond their sanctuary encroaching, as if the city itself is demanding their attention, pulling them back into its suffocating embrace. Do you hear that? He asks, his voice suddenly hoarse. Zoe's eyes widen, and for a heartbeat, the workshop feels like the last bastion of sanity in a world gone mad. It's the fair, she breathes, and the reality crashes over them. The annual artisan fair has begun, a cacophony of colors and sounds that threatens to drown them in its frenzy. Adrian looks at his unfinished piece, the raw wood still waiting for his touch, a silent scream of unfulfilled promise. We can't leave it like this, he murmurs, desperation clawing at his throat. But deep down, Zoe knows that sometimes, to create is to step away, to breathe life into something new, a chance to let go of the past and embrace the uncertainty of the future. Maybe we can let it breathe too, she urges, each word a plea. Maybe it doesn't have to be perfect. Not yet. Time stretches, each second heavy with the weight of what's left unsaid, the final strokes of their craftsmanship hanging in the balance. Adrian's eyes flick to hers, searching for understanding, and in that shared silence, a fragile hope begins to bloom. I remember, he whispers, and the memories wash over them like a tide, fierce and overwhelming, carrying the love and fear, the joy and sorrow, each moment a piece of the intricate tapestry they are weaving together. Let's celebrate the imperfections, Zoe breathes, her heart racing at the thought, her voice a whisper against the storm that rages beyond the walls. And in that moment, in the quiet chaos of their turmoil, the boundaries of their artistry stretch, reaching out toward the world waiting outside their sanctuary. Each breath becomes a promise to create not just for legacy, but for themselves, for the joy of crafting something that is, at its core, a reflection of their very souls. The workshop is alive with the pulse of possibility as they step toward the door, shadows trailing behind them, leaving behind the weight of expectation to embrace the breathtaking uncertainty of a world that awaits. The artisan spirit is not merely in the chisel or the wood, it is in the very act of creating, a celebration of life itself, raw and magnificent. Together, they leave the ghosts behind, stepping into the light, carrying with them the heart of their craftsmanship, a love letter written in wood, a song of resilience echoing into the night. The city beckons, the fair alive with laughter and life, and as they merge into the crowd, a new chapter begins, one where the artisans they are meant to be will shine, flawed, beautiful, and utterly, undeniably human. The clock's hands hung frozen, like a heartbeat caught in a moment of dread. An ominous silence draped over the atelier, heavy and palpable, as if the very air conspired to hold its breath. Margot stood on the far side of the room, her hands trembling, the scent of leather intoxicating yet suffocating, each bag a vessel of ambition and heartbreak. The soft whir of machines filled the background, a stark contrast to the chaos swirling in her mind. She could feel it, the shift, the crack in the foundation of timelessness that had cradled Hermes for generations. Her heart raced, a pulsing reminder of the weight on her shoulders, an heir to a legacy that felt increasingly like an anchor. What if, she whispered to herself, what if we're too late? Across the room, Jean-Paul, the creative director, paced like a lion in a cage, a tempest of ideas and doubts churning within him. He was a man of vivid colors, but today, gray clouds gathered over his brow. The world outside was changing, casting shadows that stretched long into the realm of their craft. This was not the Hermes of old, where every stitch hummed with tradition. This was a battlefield of consumerism and fleeting trends. We can't just hold on to the past, Margot, he snapped, his voice raw, an open wound. If we don't adapt, we'll become ghosts, mere memories in a museum. The word struck deep, a dagger to her heart. She wanted to scream, to defend the beauty she saw in their history, the stories woven into every piece. But what about the soul? She countered, desperation creeping into her voice, turning it into a fragile thing. What about the stories that make us who we are? Are we to toss them aside like yesterday's fashion? Yet, as the tension crackled, a flicker of doubt ignited in her chest. Was she clinging to a fading dream, a relic of an age that no longer understood the language of craftsmanship and artistry? Margot closed her eyes, inhaling the earthy scent of tanned leather, each breath a reminder of the countless hours spent perfecting her craft. I remember the first bag, she said softly, almost as if speaking to a ghost. I remember the thrill of creation, the joy in the details. Jean-Paul paused, his fierce expression softening momentarily, memories flickering behind his eyes. I remember, he echoed, his voice breaking, the first time I saw someone wear one of our designs. It was like they wore a piece of art. But art needs to evolve, Margot. We must evolve. Outside, the city pulsed, alive with the chaos of modernity. Bright lights blinked an invitation, a siren's call to the masses, but within these four walls, time stood still. Margot felt the weight of history pressing against her, the ghosts of artisans past whispering tales of devotion and pride. She could almost hear their laughter, their passion woven into every seam, every hem, stitched with love and sacrifice. But what if those ghosts could not withstand the storm? What if the changes were too great, too rapid? What if, in the pursuit of relevance, they lost the essence of who they were? We are more than just a brand, she insisted, her voice rising, a defiant flame against the encroaching darkness. We are dreams wrapped in leather, stories waiting to be told. A flicker of fear danced in Jean-Paul's eyes, and for a moment, he was just a man, haunted, grappling with shadows of his own. And what if the world decides our stories are no longer worth telling? He asked, the vulnerability laid bare. The question hung heavy between them, a chasm opening wider. Silence descended once more, thick and suffocating. Outside, a group of young people passed, their laughter slicing through the air like shards of glass. They wore their own brands, their own identities, vibrant and fleeting, a kaleidoscope of moments that could shatter at any breath. Margot's heart ached. We can't compete with that, she murmured, a whisper of despair. We have to find a way to resonate with their hearts. Jean-Paul's gaze turned steely, determination igniting within. Then let's make it personal. Let them see the artisans behind the labels. Let them understand the sacrifice, the love. Each piece should tell a story of our souls. There it was, a spark, the genesis of an idea, fragile yet electrifying. For a fleeting moment, they stood united, the weight of their struggles a shared bond. The past and future collided, and the air crackled with possibility. But the shadows were still there, lurking, whispering doubts that festered in the corners of their minds. The clock resumed its ticking, a reminder that time was moving forward, relentless. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting the studio in a warm, golden glow, Mogo felt the weight lift, if only slightly. "Maybe we can find a way to adapt without losing ourselves," she said slowly, hope glimmering like a distant star in a night sky filled with uncertainty. Jean-Paul nodded, the fierce fire in his eyes rekindled. "Then we fight for it," he declared, his voice resolute. "For the art, for the stories, for the future of Hermes." The clock continued its steady march, ticking toward a confrontation they could not yet fathom. Outside, the city thrummed, alive with the uncertainty of change, while inside, the two of them stood at a precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. And as they prepared to face the storm, a single thought echoed through the fabric of their beings: this was just the beginning, the dawn of a new era. The future of Hermes loomed ahead, a canvas yet to be painted, filled with both terror and beauty, a reflection of their own hearts, intertwined in a dance of dreams and fears that would never truly end. A woman stands on the edge of a bustling street, the air thick with a heady mix of perfumes, exhaust fumes, and the faint sound of laughter, and yet, she feels utterly alone. The world swirls around her, couples entwined, friends whispering secrets, a child's laugh ringing like a bell. But in her hand, she clutches a box, wrapped in the finest orange paper, tied with a delicate, crisp ribbon that feels like a noose. Inside, the promise of luxury, of escape, a Hermes scarf, an emblem of status, a talisman of dreams. But the weight of it drags her down, fills her with a suffocating dread. I remember the first time I saw that scarf. It shimmered under the soft glow of boutique lights, whispering secrets of Parisian alleyways and whispered promises of elegance. It was breathtaking, and yet, it held a darkness. It tugged at something deep inside me, a yearning that felt criminal, a hunger that could swallow me whole. I remember. Across from her, a man dressed in a tailored suit, shoes polished to a relentless shine, stands with clenched fists. His name is Julian, and he is drowning in the sea of ambition. His eyes dart from the scarf to the crowd, searching for validation, a nod of approval that will never come. His heart races, not out of excitement, but out of fear. Fear that the fabric draped around her neck could unravel everything he has built. It's just a scarf, but in this world, it's everything. It is the object of desire that defines worth, and yet, it suffocates. I remember the nights I lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I'd ever be enough. If my life were a tapestry, would it be worthy of admiration? Or would it be a patchwork of failures, hidden behind the shimmering facade of a Hermes logo? I remember. The woman glances at Julian, her breath hitching. There's an unspoken connection, an electric current that pulses between them. Even in this moment of chaos, it feels oddly serene. But the intensity of their shared gaze is a storm brewing, ready to consume them both. She can feel the weight of her decision, the choice between indulging in her desires or breaking free from the chains of expectations. What is it about this orange box that holds us captive? Is it the promise of luxury, the whispers of high society that caress our ears like music? Or is it the underlying fear that without it, we are nothing? I remember the first time I stepped into a Hermes store. The scent of leather enveloped me, luxurious and intoxicating. Each piece held its own story, its own heartbeat, a rich tapestry woven through generations. But it was more than just fashion, it was a mirror reflecting our desires, our insecurities. I remember. The woman reaches for the scarf, fingers trembling. It slips effortlessly through her grasp, an ethereal dance of silk that beckons her to surrender. But in that moment, she realizes, it's not just a piece of fabric, it's a declaration of identity, a challenge to the very essence of who she is. She can either wear the weight of expectation or strip off the layers, exposing the raw vulnerability beneath. And Julian, his heart races as he watches her. He knows the price of the game they're playing. The weight of societal norms and the unspoken rules that govern their lives. A world where the right accessory can elevate you, and the wrong choice can cast you into the shadows. But what if he pulled her back from the brink? What if he whispered the truth to her, urged her to break free from the suffocating grip of luxury? I remember the day I chose honesty over facade. I walked away from the suffocating grasp of fashion statements that clipped my wings. I chose authenticity, a path lined with uncertainty, yes, but also one filled with light. I remember the moment I let go of the nearness of those gilded dreams. But in that street, amid the laughter and the chaos, the tension builds, a palpable force, heavy in the air like a summer storm ready to break. Each heartbeat is a countdown. The woman stands suspended in time, caught between mythology and reality, burdened by the weight of a decision that transcends fabric. And then it happens. Julian steps forward, his voice slicing through the noise. "You don't need that," he breathes, each word a lifeline, a rebellion against the fabric of their existence. "You are more than the symbols that define you." The street falls silent, a jarring shift that echoes in their chests. She turns to him, eyes wide, searching for the truth buried beneath the layers of silk and leather, beneath the societal expectations that have shaped their lives. I remember the moments that changed everything. The whispers of doubt, the chorus of expectations, the sudden clarity that stings like cold water on a warm day. "You are enough," I want to shout. "You are more than the labels that bind you." But the world spins on, indifferent. The laughter resumes, the city breathes. Yet, in this moment, they are alive, two souls standing on the precipice of change, a spark igniting in the silence. And then she smiles, small, hesitant, but unmistakably defiant. The scarf, once the anchor dragging her under, now feels like a feather in her grasp, a choice. The weight of the orange box is still there, but it's no longer in control. Each breath becomes a reminder of the battle raging within, a battle not just against the expectations of others but the fierce, unrelenting struggle against oneself. In that heartbeat, I remember every desire, every fear, every moment that has brought us here, to this brink, to this choice. As their eyes lock, the bustling street fades into a blur around them, and the world outside feels like a distant memory. This moment, this connection, it transcends the confines of fashion, each second stretching into infinity, holding within it the essence of who they are and who they might become. In that charged atmosphere, the story doesn't end, it spirals into the next moment, the next choice, the next heartbeat echoing through the fabric of their reality. And we, witnessing it, feel the weight of it all, the burden of fashion, the impact of desire, and the raw, unyielding truth that lies beneath it all. The gallery was alive, the air throbbing with a tension that crackled like static electricity. Paintings hung like ghosts on the walls, their colors vibrant yet haunting, each canvas a scream, a whispered secret. I stood in the center, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes, not just of the onlookers, but of the art itself. "What are you hiding?" I thought, the question curling through my mind like smoke from a dying flame. Across the room, Marissa moved with the grace of a dancer, her fingers grazing the edges of a sculpture, the cold metal stark against the warmth of her skin. She was an artist shaped by scars, each brush stroke a reflection of her fears, her triumphs. I could see it in her eyes, an intensity that pulled me in, a darkness that mirrored my own. But we were both trapped in an unyielding cycle of doubt, our lives spiraling around the same hollow question, is this enough? Then there was Leo, whose laughter echoed like a bell, but beneath that joy was a tempest, churning restlessly. "I'm fine," he'd say, and I wanted to scream, "No. You're not." His hands were stained with paint, a kaleidoscope of colors that told stories of dreams and despair. He painted not just for the beauty of it, but to bleed the shadow from his heart onto a canvas. "Every stroke is a release," he confessed once, as if the act could purge him of his demons. Tonight, with the gallery brimming with art and humanity, the air thickened, each heartbeat reverberating like the ticking of a clock. I could feel the weight of expectation pressing down, a pressure cooker ready to explode. Marissa was unveiling her latest piece, a collaboration with Leo that had consumed their lives for months. The anticipation was visceral, a raw nerve in the room that sparked a sense of dread and excitement. "Do you think it will resonate?" she whispered, her voice trembling, barely breaking through the murmur of the crowd. I nodded, even though doubt gnawed at my insides. What if it didn't? What if the world, this cruel and beautiful world, turned away from their creation? I remembered the late nights, the frantic pacing, the arguments that felt like an endless loop of despair and hope. The moment arrived like a breath held too long. Marissa pulled back the curtain, and the audience gasped, a collective intake of air that hung in the silence like a held promise. The piece was a magnificent chaos of colors, shapes colliding in a dizzying dance. But it was more than just a painting, it was a manifestation of their darkest moments, each brush stroke a scream, each color a pulse of pain. The eyes of the onlookers widened, and for a heartbeat, it felt like they were understanding the weight of the burden that had shaped this art. But then, the whispers began. "What is this? Why does it feel so heavy?" The excitement morphed into confusion, the energy shifted like shadows flickering under a dim light. Marissa's shoulders slumped, and I felt a visceral ache deep in my chest. I wanted to wrap my arms around her, to shield her from the judgment that had carved its way into her spirit. Leo stood frozen, his laughter evaporating, replaced by a silence that echoed louder than any shout. He had poured his soul into this, and now it felt like they were crumbling beneath the weight of others' expectations. I watched as the colors of his spirit dulled, the vibrant joy fading into a gray that mirrored his fears. "They don't understand," he breathed, his voice a fragile thread. And it hit me like a punch to the gut. Their collaboration had become a mirror, reflecting not just their struggles but the struggles of everyone who had ever dared to create in a world that often felt intent on tearing them down. I was drowning in the weight of it all, the art, the emotions, the desperation to be seen and understood. Marissa's eyes sparkled with unshed tears, and I remembered the nights spent crafting, fueled by dreams and a shared passion that felt invincible. But reality had shattered that illusion. "What if it's too raw?" she whispered, fear tightening around her throat. I wanted to tell her that art was meant to be raw, that its beauty lay in its imperfection. Then came the moment, a moment that felt like a fork in the road, a decision point laden with consequences. Leo stepped forward, his voice breaking through the cacophony of whispers that had become a storm. "This is our truth," he said, and I felt the weight of that declaration settle over the crowd like a shroud. "You don't have to like it. You just have to feel it." The room fell silent, the air thick with a tension that could drown. I could see the flicker of realization in the eyes of the onlookers as they processed his words. "Art is not about pleasing you," he pressed on, his voice a fragile but unwavering thread. "It's about honesty. It's about pain." And just like that, the atmosphere shifted again, a wave of understanding washing over the room. People leaned closer, their eyes no longer filled with judgment but curiosity, a hunger to comprehend. I felt my breath hitch, the knot in my chest loosening, hope unfurling in the spaces between heartbeats. The conversation ignited, a fire fueled by the rawness of their expression, and I felt a new surge of energy pulse through the gallery. Marissa stepped beside Leo, her hand resting on his arm, an unspoken bond of solidarity between them. Together, they were an embodiment of resilience, of vulnerability. Time slipped away, the ticking clock now a distant memory, swallowed by the overwhelming presence of their art. The darkness that had once threatened to consume us transformed into a beacon of light, illuminating the beauty that lay in embracing flaws and fears. I remember when we thought we'd never find our voice, I thought, the memories flooding back like a forgotten dream reclaiming its territory. But with that crowd, with their newfound understanding, I knew this was just the beginning. As voices rose in dialogue, I felt the connection ripple through the room, a chain linking every heart together. It was a moment suspended in time, a vivid reminder that creativity was a lifeline, a force that could bind us, even when the weight of the world threatened to tear us apart. And as they stood there, facing an uncertain future, amidst the storm of emotions, I couldn't help but think, this was not just a collaboration of artists. It was a collaboration of souls, intertwined in the unending quest for connection in a world that often felt unbearably alone. The echoes of that night would linger, a haunting melody of hope and despair, as the clock continued to tick. The gallery would close, but what thrummed inside those walls would never fade. Art would forever remain a testament to our existence, a reminder that even when faced with the darkest of nights, the dawn would always come again. And with it, the promise of another collaboration, another chance to weave our stories into the fabric of the universe. The rain fell, relentless, like 1,000 whispers brushing against the cobblestones, pooling into tiny mirrors reflecting the world's chaos. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a street lamp, and in that moment, a figure emerged, clutching a bag, drenched but defiant. It was sleek, timeless. It was a Kelly bag, a symbol of elegance that now bore the weight of desperation. And there she stood, Evelyn, her heart racing as she glanced over her shoulder, fear riding her like a shadow. I remember the feeling of that night, the air thick with anticipation, the kind that stirs something primal within you. I remember the sound of sirens in the distance, a haunting melody that tugged at the edges of my consciousness, reminding me of the secrets buried beneath the surface of our lives. The Kelly bag hung heavy on Evelyn's arm, its leather glistening under the streetlight, a beacon of hope and despair intermingled. Her breath hitched as she approached the alley, a place cloaked in mystery, where dreams were shattered and lives intertwined in a chaotic ballet. And then there was Alex, lurking in the shadows, his heart encased in a fortress of regret. He'd come to confront his past, to reclaim what he thought was lost forever, the chance to mend the delicate threads of their shared history, twisted and frayed by jealousy and unspoken words. "Evelyn," he called, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it sliced through the air, sharp and poignant. She turned, eyes wide, glistening like ocean waves caught in a storm. The tension crackled between them, an electric charge that ignited the very air. "I need to talk to you." But there was no time for words, only the heady pounding of their hearts, echoing in the silence like a drum roll before the fall. Evelyn clutched the Kelly bag tighter, as if it could shield her from the memories that threatened to engulf her. The bag was a paradox, an emblem of luxury that also represented their shared dreams, ambitions, and ultimately, the heartache that had torn them apart. "I can't," she breathed, each syllable like a blade cutting through her. "Not now. Not here." The rain intensified, drenching them both, but for Evelyn, it was the flood of emotions that threatened to drown her. With every heartbeat, she felt the weight of their history, a tapestry woven with laughter and tears, love and betrayal. Alex stepped closer, desperation etched into his features. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never meant to." "Stop," she interrupted, raising a trembling hand, the Kelly bag swaying as if it were alive, absorbing their turmoil. "Can't you see what you've done? It's too late." Yet, the irony wasn't lost on either of them. That bag, that beautiful, iconic Kelly bag, was the very reason they found themselves here, tangled in the remnants of a love that once breathed life into their souls. It had been a gift, their first night together, beneath the stars, the world a canvas of dreams. But like stars that fade, so too had their love dimmed, swallowed by the darkness of misunderstanding and pride. The city around them pulsed with life, laughter echoing from nearby cafes, the distant sound of music drifting through the rain-soaked streets. But here, in this moment, they were suspended in time, trapped in a web of their own making. I remember watching, heart racing, caught between the fragility of their connection and the weight of what lay ahead. "I loved you, Evelyn," Alex's voice cracked, raw and vulnerable. "I still do. But I was scared of losing you, scared of being vulnerable." The rain poured harder, drowning their words, but within that storm, the silent screams of unspoken truths lingered, begging to be released. Evelyn's gaze flickered to the bag, the elegant closure that held so much more than just its contents. It held their past, every secret, every lie, every moment that had led them to this precipice. "I remember the way we used to dream," she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. "We promised each other the world, and now look at us." And there it was, an unspoken acknowledgement between them, raw and aching. The Kelly bag felt like a ghost, haunting them with memories of promises made under the soft glow of city lights, of stolen kisses and laughter that once echoed in halls now filled with silence. "I wanted to give you the world," Alex said, his voice breaking, a plea wrapped in desperation. "But I was too busy trying to protect my heart. I pushed you away when I should have fought for you." Evelyn's breath caught, a sharp intake that felt like shards of glass. "It's not just on you," she replied, her voice steady, but it trembled with the weight of truth. "I withdrew too. I built walls, thinking it would shield me from the pain. But all it did was isolate me." Tears mingled with the rain, blurring the lines of reality, and in that haze, the Kelly bag slipped from her grasp, tumbling to the ground. The sound echoed, a shattering moment, as if the world had just cracked open, exposing the raw, pulsing heart of their love story, a story that hadn't yet ended, but was suspended in the chaos of their choices. Time slowed, the city around them faded, all that remained was the raw intensity of their emotions, a tempest swirling within. They stood there, on the brink, two souls intertwined by fate yet fractured by fear. As the sirens wailed louder, looming closer, Evelyn picked up the Kelly bag, clutching it like a lifeline. The moment hung heavy, a vial of unexpressed emotion waiting to burst. There was no more room for silence, no more room for avoidance. "Will you fight for us?" she asked, her voice a fragile whisper that cut through the storm. And as the rain continued to fall, drowning the echoes of their past, the city breathed, waiting for the answer that could change everything. In that moment, the Kelly bag transformed, becoming more than an accessory. It symbolized the choices that lay before them, the promise of elegance in their future or the weight of unresolved pain. But the answer remained unspoken, hanging between them like the heavy clouds overhead, pregnant with possibility, ready to burst forth in light or darkness. The night was still young, and the echoes of their hearts sang a haunting duet, luring them back into the depths of their intertwined destinies, leaving the next chapter suspended, begging to be written. The clock struck midnight. Silence wrapped itself around the room, heavy as a shroud. In that fragile stillness, the air crackled with unsaid words, unspoken fears. Elodie stood in the center of her dimly lit studio, a fortress of fabric and thread, her heart pounding like the war drums echoing through ancient forests, relentless and primal. She clutched a piece of leather in her hands, fingers tracing the contours with reverence. This was not just any leather, it was Hermes leather, the kind that whispered of dreams and desires, of opulence and elegance. But tonight, it felt like a betrayal. I remember the first time I saw a Hermes bag, a Kelly, as it passed through the hands of a stranger. The sunlight hit the surface, and it shimmered, a siren call to my heart. I was mesmerized, intoxicated. It was the kind of beauty that made you believe in magic. But magic is a cruel mistress. Underneath the glimmer lay a world of shadows, a labyrinth of desires that twisted deep within our souls. Elodie was caught in that labyrinth, and she was losing her way. Across the city, Leo sat on the edge of his bed, his fingers trembling as he faced a wall of fabric swatches. He was an aspiring designer, a dreamer with a heart so big it threatened to spill over. But dreams come with a price. Fashion was a titan, and he was but a moth, drawn dangerously close to the flame. I remember the first time he stitched a piece together. It felt like stitching his heart into the seams, a tangible piece of himself woven into the fabric. But now, surrounded by the ghosts of failed designs, he felt hollow, a mere echo of the vibrant man he used to be. Elodie and Leo were two souls adrift on the same tide, both yearning for the acceptance that Hermes had become synonymous with, a kingdom of luxury and exclusivity that felt just out of reach. They met in the vibrant chaos of the market, a collision of dreams and insecurities. She was fierce, with a passion that ignited the air around her, while he was tender, his eyes holding the weight of stories untold. "Do you think they care?" he whispered, voice raw with vulnerability. "Do you think they even see us?" The fear in his voice hung in the air like smoke, wrapping around Elodie's heart. She had spent her life chasing that very dream, the shimmering allure of Hermes, but now, it felt like a noose tightening around her neck. She took a deep breath, the scent of leather and ambition filling her lungs, as her gaze locked onto his. I remember the first time I touched a Hermes scarf," she said, her voice trembling. "It was like holding a piece of history, a legacy. But now it feels like a ghost, haunting me." As they stood together, the city outside pulsed with life, cars rushing by, laughter spilling into the night. But in that moment, they were cocooned in their own despair, shadows of their former selves. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder of the relentless march of time, of dreams slipping from their grasp like sand through fingers. The influence of Hermes was everywhere, a looming spectre that cast long shadows over every fabric, every stitch they created. The brand had become a deity in the fashion temple, worshipped and revered, yet it left destruction in its wake. Elodie felt the weight of expectation pressing down on her. Every piece she designed felt like a desperate plea for recognition, for validation. But the more she sought it, the more elusive it became. I remember the day I lost my way in the city, wandering through boutiques that sparkled with luxury, each one a reminder of my own inadequacies. The Hermes store gleamed like a beacon, yet it felt more like a prison than a sanctuary. You could see the envy in the eyes of those who passed by, their whispered dreams colliding with reality, like stars crashing in a cosmic dance. "Why do we do this?" Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper, fear etching deep lines across his forehead. "Why do we chase something that can never love us back?" Elodie turned to him, heart racing, as if an unseen force was pulling them closer. "Because," she breathed, "we are desperate for beauty. We want to create something that transcends our own limitations, something that resonates like a heartbeat in the darkest night." But as the words left her lips, doubt seeped in. They were caught in a cycle of yearning that spun faster and faster, like a carousel that had lost its music. Each piece of leather, each fabric swatch, was a reminder of the power they craved but could never truly wield. The influence of Hermes was a double-edged sword, its allure intoxicating, yet its standards crushing. And then, the crisis erupted like a thunderstorm. An opportunity arose, a fashion show, a chance to showcase their work, to step into the light. But the catch? They had to embody the very essence of Hermes, to pay homage to a brand that was both their idol and their tormentor. The weight of expectation pressed down, a boulder threatening to crush them. What if we fail? Leo's voice trembled, the uncertainty in his eyes a mirror to her own. The fear of failure, of being swallowed whole by the merciless machine of fashion, hung over them, a dark cloud ready to unleash its fury. I remember all the times I thought I could fly, only to fall," she murmured, despair spilling from her lips. "But what if we dared to be vulnerable? What if we created something that was authentically us?" That moment hung in the air, a fragile thread weaving their fates together. The shadows danced around them, but within the darkness, a flicker of hope ignited. They were two flawed souls searching for beauty in a world that often felt devoid of it. The influence of Hermes was a haunting melody, but perhaps, just perhaps, they could compose their own symphony, stitching together dreams and fears into a tapestry that belonged to them alone. As the clock continued its relentless countdown, the city outside roared with anticipation. They stood at the precipice of their own fears, their hearts thundering like wild horses, ready to charge into the unknown. The influence of Hermes was a siren song, but they were ready to redefine the narrative, ready to confront the shadows that loomed large, knowing that the true power lay in their hands. With one last glance at each other, they stepped into the night, the world alive with possibility, uncertainty crackling in the air like static. In the heart of the city, with dreams swirling around them like autumn leaves in a tempest, they took their first step into the chaos, hand in hand, ready to face whatever came next. The lights flicker, a heartbeat reverberating through the silence, a prelude to chaos. The grand hall, draped in gold and deep crimson, breathes in anticipation. I can almost taste the tension, the bitter tang of uncertainty mixed with the sweetness of possibility. The models stand poised, their faces a mask of serenity, but beneath the surface, I see the tremors of fear, the quaking of dreams teetering on the edge. This is not just a fashion show, it is a battlefield where heritage collides with modernity, and tradition clutches desperately at its fraying threads. I remember Ava. Her eyes, a stormy sea, reflect the weight of her ancestors. She is a tapestry of cultures woven together, a living monument to the struggles and triumphs of those who came before her. But beneath that fierce exterior lies a vulnerability that gnaws at her. She glances at the clock, its hands like accusing fingers pointing at her, reminding her of every step she's taken and the one still left to conquer. Time feels like a noose tightening around her neck as she whispers to herself, I must honor them. I must. Across the room, Leo hunches over a sketchbook, lines frantically scrawled, a chaotic reflection of his racing thoughts. He is a romantic with a penchant for nostalgia, yet every stroke is imbued with a shadow of doubt. What does it mean, he murmurs, a question directed at no one but the ghosts of fashion's past. He looks at the sketches, their vibrant colors, their intricate patterns, and feels a pang of inadequacy. Can he capture the essence of heritage without burying it under the weight of his own insecurities? He wants, desperately, to create a bridge between the past and the present. But with every passing hour, the fear gnaws at him, will they remember me? The air is electric as the show begins. The first model steps onto the runway, her gown a swirling mass of fabric that seems to tell a story of forgotten dreams. The audience holds its breath, an ocean of faces, each one expecting something profound, something that will resonate deep within their souls. I feel it too, a wave of longing, a desire for connection that pulses like a heartbeat. But then, chaos erupts. A loud crash, a shattering of glass, and suddenly, the elegance is marred by panic. Ava's heart races. She sees a figure, a former designer, once revered, now disgraced, bursting onto the stage, rage and desperation etched into every line of his face. "You think you can erase us?" he screams, voice breaking, echoing off the walls. He embodies the ghosts of countless artisans, their spirits rising in protest. Ava's breath catches. She remembers her grandmother's stories of struggle, resilience, and pride in craftsmanship. Each tale was a thread in the fabric of her identity. She clenches her hands, fists tight against the fabric of her own dress, the weight of those stories threatening to crush her, yet sparking a fire within. She feels the pull of the past, the need to stand, to fight against the tide of erasure. Leo watches in horror, his artistic vision crumbling. The chaos pulls at his heart, ripping it asunder. "What do I do?" he whispers, feeling like a puppet with cut strings, helpless. In that moment, he sees Ava's resolve, the way her body tenses, ready to confront the storm. It ignites something in him, an urge to reclaim what was lost, to shout back at the chaos with a resounding no. The designer advances, words spilling like venom, his pain a palpable thing. "You wear my heritage like a costume," he roars, the audience recoiling, caught between horror and fascination. Ava feels the weight of his gaze, the accusation that seeps into her skin. It is a raw wound, a chasm of longing and bitterness laid bare before them all. "I'm not a thief," she cries, stepping forward, her voice trembling but fierce. "I wear these garments not as a costume, but as a tribute. I want to honor you, to remember you." The tension thickens, a web spun from fear, hope, and the indomitable will to be heard. Leo watches as the room holds its breath. He feels the crackling energy snapping in the air. He picks up his sketchbook, his fingers trembling. "I can't let this moment slip away," he thinks. The past is alive, and he has the power to shape it, to weave the threads together. As he starts sketching again, his heart beats in sync with Ava's defiance. The lights dim, but they are not extinguished. The battle between the past and the present rages on, every heartbeat echoing in the silence that follows. The designer falters, his anger splintering into something fragile. "You think it's that simple," he murmurs, the rage in his voice giving way to despair. Ava takes a step closer, her own fears laid bare. "No, it's not simple. But we can't forget. We need to remember." In that moment, a connection forms, a thread binding them in shared history and aching vulnerability. And then, it happens, a flicker of understanding ignites in his eyes, a glimmer of hope against the bleakness. The shadows of the past linger, but so do the possibilities of the future. In that room, at that moment, everything hangs in the balance. The ghosts of heritage swirl around them, a chorus of voices, and they realize, the show is not just a platform for fashion, it is a battleground for identity, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As the audience holds its breath, I know this is just the beginning. The fabric of their lives is intertwined, and the story will continue to unravel in unpredictable ways. Each heartbeat, each whisper, each glance, woven together, they form a tapestry of heritage that refuses to be silenced. The echoes of their conflict resonate, the fear, the hope, the relentless will to remember. The clock ticks on, a reminder of the time they have, a haunting melody guiding them toward an uncertain future. The runway is not just a stage, it is a mirror reflecting the struggles and triumphs of all who have come before, a testament to a rich heritage that will not fade. And as I stand here, enveloped in the charged atmosphere, I can feel it, the weight of their stories pressing against my chest, setting my soul ablaze. I know they will carry on, forging ahead, their paths converging in a dance of resilience and remembrance, a reminder that history is alive, and the show is far from over. The phone buzzes violently against the table, jarring the silence in the dim room. Emily's heart races, it's the third notification in as many minutes. A chill runs down her spine as she glances at the screen. 150 new comments. The air thrums with electric anticipation, thick and suffocating, each ping a reminder of the storm brewing outside. Rain lashes against the window, a chaotic symphony of nature mirroring the turmoil inside her chest. Emily, are you seeing this? Jake's voice cuts through her reverie, a blend of awe and fear. He stands in the doorway, the glow of his phone illuminating his anxious features. They're tearing you apart out there. His eyes are wide, darting between the screen and her, an unwarranted mix of fascination and horror. She can't help but smile, a bitter twist of irony. Torn apart? Or finally seen? Her voice is steady, but her insides twist, a maelstrom of doubt and defiance. Every notification feels like a pulse, a heartbeat, hers racing. There's a cacophony. Her last post, a raw confession, a moment of vulnerability, has spiraled into a digital frenzy. And now she stands at the crossroads of her existence, a reluctant prophet of her own emotional upheaval. Emily, listen. You're starting a fire, Jake warns, panic creeping into his tone. You don't know what these people are capable of. But she does. She remembers the days spent in the shadows, scrolling through feeds, each image a dagger and a balm. She remembers the loneliness that came with the silence of her own life, a quiet that echoed in the empty corners of her mind. And now, as strangers dissect her every word, she wonders if she's lost the very thing she sought to reclaim, her voice. In the background, the clock ticks, each second echoing like a distant drum, a reminder that time is slipping through her fingers. She feels the weight of their eyes, the sharpness of their judgments, and yet, she clings to her truth. What is it to be vulnerable in a world that demands perfection? Jake steps closer, his brow furrowed. You can't just throw yourself to the wolves. These people, they don't care about you. They care about the story. The truth stings. The words hang heavy in the room, creating a palpable tension. Does she matter? Or is she merely a character in their unfolding narrative, a plot twist to fuel their insatiable hunger for drama? The buzz of notifications grows louder, a relentless tide crashing against the shore of her sanity. She scrolls quickly, her fingers shaking, absorbing the flood of opinions, some supportive, others venomous. Each comment is a dagger, and yet, buried beneath the vitriol, she finds glimmers of connection. You're not alone. Thank you for sharing. I feel this. A warmth blooms in her chest, battling the cold fear. It's as if the shadows of her loneliness are beginning to lift, revealing faces, real people, who see her, who understand her pain. Yet, the moment is fleeting, flickering like a candle in the wind. What if I've opened Pandora's box, she whispers, glancing at Jake. What if this is just the beginning of something I can't control? Jake's expression softens, the worry etched across his face intertwining with something more profound, admiration, perhaps. You're brave, Em. But bravery can be a double-edged sword. Outside, thunder rumbles, a growl in the distance, rumbling towards them like a warning. There's a sense of foreboding, a sense that the conversation is about to shift from emotional to catastrophic. The possibility of connection dances on the precipice of destruction. Do you remember when we were kids? She asks suddenly, clutching the edge of the table, seeking solace in the past. We would hide in the woods, dreaming of being found, of being seen. But what if being found means being hunted? Jake nods slowly, his gaze unfocused, lost in the memory. We thought being noticed was everything. But now a moment passes, charged with unspoken weight. The rain intensifies, drumming against the roof like a heart in distress. They are suspended in time, two lost souls navigating the chaotic landscape of their digital lives. Then, a notification pings again, louder this time. A single message pops up, bold and stark against the screen. You should be ashamed of yourself. The world crashes down, and for a heartbeat, Emily feels the cold grip of despair clawing at her throat. Shame are the very thing she sought to escape. It all unfurls like a grotesque tapestry laid bare before her. How does one navigate the murky waters of acceptance while grasping the jagged edges of society's judgment? Emily, don't let them in. Jake's voice is firm, but underlined with a tremor, as if he fears the answer. You don't owe them anything. But she feels the pull, the desperate need to connect, to fight against the isolation that has shadowed her for so long. But what if this is the first time I'm being seen? What if they need my voice just as much as I need theirs? The rain pounds harder now, a tempest of emotion crashing against her resolve. She looks at Jake, seeing the conflict reflected in his eyes, a battle between protection and freedom. The moment stretches, a taut wire ready to snap. I remember the dreams we had, she murmurs, her voice barely audible above the storm. The ones where we'd change the world. What if this is just the beginning? As the world outside rages on, the ticking clock fades into the background, and all that remains is the clash of vulnerability and fear, the heart-pounding rhythm of human connection caught in a digital whirlwind. She knows the danger, feels the stakes rising, but in her core, there's a flicker of hope. In the darkness, she senses the tightening grip of possibility, a moment where pain could transform into power. And as the tension builds, drawing her in deeper, she clings to the pulse of her truth, ready to step into the unknown. The clock chimes midnight, its echo swirling through the opulent halls of the Hermes flagship store, where the air tastes like leather and secrets. Shadows stretch long across polished marble floors, each flicker of candlelight revealing a world of luxury, and yet beneath the glimmer, a tremor of dread simmers. It's an elegant prison, this place, with silk scarves fluttering like whispers of forgotten dreams. I stand at the edge, heart pounding, a moth drawn to the flame of something both beautiful and terrifying. Emma, my best friend, stands beside me, her fingers trembling as she brushes the silk of a scarf that could buy 100 meals. She's always been the one who sees beauty where others see price tags, but tonight, there's a wildness in her eyes, a desperation clinging to her like perfume. It's just a bag, she says, but the quaver in her voice betrays her. I watch as she clutches the Kelly, that mythical handbag, almost as if it could fill the void she refuses to acknowledge. I remember when we were kids, she murmurs, pretending we were princes in castles made of nothing but dreams. But those dreams feel like dust now. Every inch of this place is a reminder of who we were and who we've become, broken. The whispers of the past echo loudly, taunting us with what luxury truly means. I breathe in the scent of leather, the kind that wraps around you like a lover's embrace yet carries the weight of unfulfilled desires. Across the room, Nathan stands with his arms crossed, his expression a mask of indifference that hides a storm brewing beneath. He's the pragmatist, the realist who wears cynicism like armor. This is just a facade, he says, kicking lightly at an empty box with the Hermes logo. Nothing but a cover for insecurities. His words pierce the air, sharp as the creases in a tailored blazer. I can see the conflict in his eyes, the yearning for connection battling with the fear of vulnerability. He's the one who scoffs at the idea of value being tied to price, yet I know he's the one who feels it most deeply. Nathan's gaze flickers between us, a silent plea hidden beneath his bravado. You two are lost, he whispers, almost to himself. Chasing shadows in a world that thrives on vanity. I can feel his frustration like a churning tide, each wave crashing against the shores of his carefully constructed defenses. Emma steps closer, her voice a fragile thread. What if we could reclaim the meaning behind these things? What if luxury isn't just about wealth but about experiences? Her passion hangs in the air, thick and heavy, and I can see the flicker of hope lighting up her eyes. But even as she speaks, I hear the underlying fear, the haunting question of whether she is enough without these symbols of status. Nathan shakes his head, the noise echoing like a gunshot. You don't understand. We're not those people. We're just us. His frustration spills over, the intensity of his voice drawing the attention of passing shoppers, their laughter ringing hollow in the silence that follows. Emma flinches, and for a split second, reality shatters around us, revealing the rawness of vulnerability that we all fight to conceal. I can't breathe. The room is too small, the air too thick with unacknowledged dreams and aspirations that feel just out of reach. I step back, my heart racing, and catch a glimpse of something shimmering in the distance, a silver bracelet, its charm dancing like a siren's call. I remember, I whisper, the word slipping out unbidden. I remember when we thought money could buy happiness. The weight of those memories settles heavily on my chest, a stone that constricts with every heartbeat. Emma's gaze drifts to the bracelet, a longing in her eyes that mirrors my own. What if it's not about the money but what it represents? A connection, a memory, a legacy. Her voice trembles, and I can see the flicker of her insecurities dancing in the candlelight. She wants to escape the confines of her past, to rewrite her story, but the fear of failure lingers like an ominous cloud, casting a shadow over her dreams. As the tension thickens, Nathan steps back, his posture rigid. "We're not part of this world," he says, the words sharp and frayed at the edges. "This isn't us." I want to reach out, to pull him away from the brink of despair, but the chasm between us feels insurmountable. He's done with the game, with the masks we wear to hide our flaws. But as I look at Emma, I can feel the weight of our shared history, the laughter and tears that have bound us together like threads in a tapestry. What if we could create our own luxury? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper, but the words hang in the air like an unbroken promise. What if it's about the moment, not the material? In that instant, the world shifts. The light catches on the golden threads of the Hermes logo, illuminating our faces with a soft glow. Emma's eyes spark with defiance, while Nathan's walls crack, revealing the longing for connection beneath. We stand together in this moment, suspended in time, the chaos of our lives swirling around us like autumn leaves caught in a storm. I remember the first time I saw the orange box, the thrill of unwrapping something that felt like magic. I remember the laughter, the dreams, the promises that shimmered like stars in the night sky. But those memories fade, just as the harsh reality closes in, heavy and unyielding. The clock strikes again, its chime reverberating through us, echoing the rhythm of our hearts. In this legacy of luxury, we are not just spectators, we are players in a game of our making, driven by the relentless pull of desire and the aching need to belong. The night grows darker, the shadows deeper, and as we linger in the doorway of possibility, I realize this moment will twist and turn into something beautiful, something terrifying, something unforgettable, or perhaps all three at once. And still, we stand, teetering on the edge of the unknown, the promise of a new dawn and the haunting specter of our past poised to collide. What will this legacy become? What will we choose to embrace? The answer hovers in the air like a ghost, waiting for us to take that first step forward into the light, or deeper into the darkness. We hold our breaths, hearts racing with anticipation and fear, as the camera of our lives keeps rolling, capturing every delicate moment.